See, where's the recommend? What do you put it at the side or in the front?
Turn it off first.
Oh, whoops, wait. See, where's the recommend? What do you put it at the side or in the front?
Turn it off first.
Oh. What? What? Say something?
Hey, Andy and Paul, one more audio check, please.
I heard you. Is that the question? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. With our new setup, I'm double checking things, but I think we're ready to go. Welcome back to the final days of sessions at KansasFest. We're starting off today with a presentation from Dr. Stephen Buggy on mechanical key switches, Dreaming of the Blue Alps. The focus will be on Alps key switches, 16 distinct variations plus 9 clones, 25 versions in all. The key switches vary on 3 dimensions: clickiness, tactility, linearity. Stephen Buggy will circulate among attendees here 2 grand keyboards populated with all the Alps variations. Customizing the keyboard with many varied Alps switches will be discussed.
Okay, now you can hear me through the speaker? Okay, my name is Stephen Buggy. I've been coming to Kansas Fest for 8 years and I enjoy it a lot. And I want to encourage those who are watching online from a distance to make at least one visit to KansasFest in the future years. It's kind of like watching sports events. I mean, you can watch a sports event on TV or you can watch it from the stadium. And I think that the total experience when you are there in person is very beneficial. My topic is the Alps key switches, which we in the Apple world are very familiar with. The Alps switches are used in the late model 2C, the 2C Plus, and the 2GS, as well as many of the Macintosh ones. Now, I've made two of these demonstration keyboards. The other one is painted blue, so I've got blue and yellow, Ukrainian colors. But let me pass this around. The blue one will be going around upstairs. There are 24 Alps key switches, or probably just 23 Alps key switches, but they're arranged in double rows. The bare switches are in the second and fourth row from the bottom, and then the first and third rows are the exact same switches, but with a keycap added. And then on the top row are the four variations of the 2E key switches. And then there is an oddball one called, it's called Mitsumi over here. Mitsumi doesn't appear on any of the Apple II keyboards, but Mitsumi is used on the Mac Plus keyboard. So I'll pass these around. Okay. You probably won't see the blue one, but the blue one is identical to this. Okay. Now, to begin with, comparing the membrane switches with mechanical switches, my talk is entirely on mechanical switches, and it doesn't even cover all types. The type that is the biggest seller right now came long after Alps was discontinued in Apple II. The one today that is put into brand new keyboards is called Cherry MX, made in Germany. But I decided not to include it because it doesn't fit well into the square spaces that the Alps will fit into. Mechanical switches have a lot of, first of all, the switch is separate from others nearby. You can take one switch out and put a different one into its space. The membrane switches are shown up here. This is a keyboard for a laptop. My laptop collection is mostly the early Mac keyboards. I've got a fleet of 7 or 8 of those. And the biggest thing about laptop keyboards is that they have very low height from top to bottom. The height on these Alps switches is probably 3/4 of an inch. And I know there are some laptops, like I think it's called Mac Air, where the thing is about as thin as you can even imagine. You wouldn't be able to create that type of keyboard if they had mechanical key switches in there. The advantages of the membrane or dome switches are cheaper price. The newer Macs have switched to this type of keyboard. I think they save money on it, but especially it's got low height. The advantages of mechanical switches, I think the biggest single advantage is that if you have one switch that goes bad, you can just replace that one switch without affecting the others. But the mechanical switches do tend to be more expensive overall than the membrane switches. Subjective qualities of the switches. In all, there were 16 switches of the Alps brand, plus 9 clones that we're aware of. Now, I'll come back to this topic later, but with clones, most of them don't even have a brand on them, so it makes it difficult to go shopping for it. I know some, if they wanted to get a different switch into their computer, you might be thinking, I like the clickiness, best of all, the sound. Trouble is, the most clicky Alps switch is a clone, number 14 on this handout. But the trouble is, it doesn't have any brand name on it. And so it might be even difficult to shop for it. Let's see now, the subjective qualities of switches. There are three things that are rated on every switch. So if you got this handout, you can read what those things are. This one is clickiness. It's got an I after the K. Sorry for the misspelling, but clickiness is simply the sound of the switch when you press it. A lot of them are completely silent, but if it's got high clickiness, you can hear that from several feet away. The next one is tactility. Tactility means the feelings of touch in the fingers. Now, one of the upper division college courses that I taught before I retired was sensation and perception. And tactility would be a type of touch sensation. That means what can you feel when you're pressing the switch? Now, I will come back to the Blue Alps near the end of the talk, but one thing special about the Blue Alps, which is not found in any other key switch, is a double click when you do the downward stroke on pressing it. Sometimes it's hard to notice that with the genuine Blue Alps, but I will mention a clone that is currently still being manufactured by a Canadian company where you can definitely notice the double click. It's a clone of Apple II, or the Apple Blue Alps. Linearity, this one, I would just call it smoothness, but linearity refers to a physical, let's see, a law in physics that when you push on a spring, the further down on the spring, the greater the resistance from the spring. So high linearity means that that resistance is minimized. Now, with the Apple II, or pardon me, the key switches that were put into Apple computers, Apple only used 6 of them, 6 out of 25. And the ones that Apple tended to favor were the mild ones most of all. In other words, very little clickiness, very little tactility, but high on linearity. And I think the justification for that was that a lot of people in their work, like secretaries, often type in a room crowded with other people. And if you've got a noisy keyboard, it's going to upset some of the people around you. So about 4 out of 6 of the switches used in the Apple world were minimal on clickiness and tactility. Okay, information sources. Where do you find out about? There is an absolutely enormous amount of information out there. I mean, like it was, for me, it was more of a problem, what do I leave out? Deskauthority.net, this would be probably the very best one, because if you go to deskauthority.net and then type in Alps key switches, they will have a 3 or 4 page story on every type of key switch. You know, tell about those 3 characteristics, also tell how much finger pressure it takes to push on them. It'll tell about the years when each thing was produced. And the Blue Alps was only produced for about 5 or 6 years. It was one of the 2 original Alps switches in '83. And I think by '89, they'd actually discontinued it. I don't know why they discontinued it if it is loved so much that it can push the price of a keyboard, a used keyboard, up as high as $999. And I will have picture of keyboards on eBay to show you that these things are priced a lot. By the way, over the last 3 years, I have bought 6 Blue Alps keyboards, and with an average price of about $350 to $400 each. I didn't buy the $999 one. I mean, maybe somebody did. YouTube is another great source for information. And if you look on page 4 of the handout, the legendary Blue Alps, these are all testing of the characteristics of the Blue Alps. And if you watch all these videos, the conclusion would be these guys love the Blue Alps and can't say enough about it. Okay. That's all on YouTube. This funny name, Kairos Rans 22 Thomas, he is a Dutchman living in Britain. He speaks with a perfect British accent. He owns 250 full-size keyboards He's made about 50 videos on YouTube. And this guy, and he's not shy to criticize if any keyboard has bad qualities. What Kairos Ran says is the worst Apple keyboard ever produced. I bet some of you could even guess it. The early 2C keyboard. And I bought 2 or 3 of those before I realized those keys are sticking. It even slows me down, and I'm a slow typist. Wikipedia has nice features about Alps keyboards, telling about the history. You know, it's a Japanese company, but they did have factory in America. They even make full-size keyboards. They even make them now with the membrane key switches. Alps right now does not make any more key switches. They kind of phased that out probably 15 years ago. Geekhack.net. Now, I have tried to get onto this one, but somehow they have put so much security on their website that I haven't even been able to get onto their website even once. Okay, information sources. These are things I've picked up at earlier KansasFest. My most cherished one is the 2C Technical Reference Manual. Tools for changing the switches. Okay, now I've made a color handout like this with front and back. The solder sucker is very specialized. You know, you heat up the solder, maybe put some solder paste on it, and then push the button, and it sucks the solder off. This one is the copper thing. I usually use both. I mean, I first do the solder sucker, then I put the little braided thing on. You got to lift off the keycaps, and let's see. There are 2 kinds of lifters. It's amazing. Most people selling keyboards don't even get something like this. And I would always send a message, please lift off the keycaps so that I can see what kind of switches underneath. And a lot of them just ignore that, and they ignore the possibility of me buying the keyboard. In the last 3 years, while preparing this stuff, I've bought somewhere between maybe 45 to 60 keyboards, and almost all of them are from the PC world. But anyway, you lift off the keycap, then you can see the thing. This would be smearing the paste on there, sucking it with the solder sucker, using the copper braid, and then lifting the switch out of its socket. Okay, the key switch lubricants. I've got 3 of them up here. This one by far is the best. This one is an electronics lubricant specialized for switches. And I bought it on eBay. The first one I bought was a single can. I loved it so much, I bought a whole case of 12 of them after that. This also works on car switches. I have one of my cars, the window switch hasn't worked for 5 years. One spray with this, it brought it back to normal. Same thing with audio equipment. I sprayed it on to some potentiometer on the audio amplifier and brought it back to life. The great thing about Alps switches, well, I don't have one up there, but it's got a rectangular hole on the plunger, and you stick the tip of this right into that hole and spray it, and then click the switch maybe 20 times to mix it around. Everybody's got WD-40. You can get it at any hardware store, probably even auto parts store. This one, somebody recommended Deoxit D5. It's made in Germany. It was more expensive than Max Pro, but I wasn't impressed by that. But I sometimes use both Max Pro and WD-40. First, I do Max Pro. It opens up maybe 80% of the defective switches. Then I will spray WD-40 in there, click it 50 times, and that restores probably 95% of all the non-working switches. Okay, now for the 2E, What I've been saying applies certainly to the 2C, the 2C plus, and the 2GS, but the 2E switches are also found on the circulating keyboard. Here are the 4 switches, and you'll see them all on the circulating keyboard. The early 2E had either one of these. Now, the one with the black shaft was the first generation of 2E, you know, the type with white lettering on the switches. Then I think this one is a little bit newer. This one is tall, thin, and cream. It fits into exactly the same hole. These 2 are also found on the Mac Plus. Some of the switches that I've collected have come from Mac keyboards. Now, these 2 are black, round, with a square top. Notice this one's got a longer shaft over here than this one. The story of the short shaft is an interesting one. When the 2E came out, there were complaints from some users that they felt the total keyboard was a little bit too high. Well, Apple couldn't do much about that on the outer case, but they did shorten the plunger by maybe 1/8 of an inch. And so there are these 2 sizes for the cross-top switches. And if you put the wrong size in, it's going to definitely look out of place. Okay, the 2C switches, the 2 types. I think I mentioned before that I was getting Apple 2Cs right from the beginning. And I noticed that the early switches were sticking a lot. But then the later version of 2C, which probably came out 1 or 2 years later, had the orange and amber Alps in it, and those felt super smooth. So he went from sticky to smooth. Here is a picture of a 2C with the late model switches, but you can put in any of the 25 Alps switches into it. I mean, but this is certainly the type that I'd be looking for. If I were digging through a pile of 2Cs at the giveaway, I would probably just type on there, because I think even before pulling the top off, I think I could tell whether it's early or late, because the smoothness of the Alps would be very noticeable. Okay, the Alps switches, let's see, the variety is the most noticeable thing, that there are all of these switches. Now, as the keyboard goes around the room, I know that probably half of you are thinking, they all feel the same. But that's a thing about the psychology of tactility, that it's just like playing a musical instrument. Maybe at the beginning, all the strings on a guitar feel the same, but if you really develop a skill in guitar playing, you can tell a lot just from the feel of it. Okay. The Apple's chosen Alps. Now, I left one of them off in this list, but there's the orange, the white, the cream, the amber, and the salmon. White and cream almost look the same. That's one of the criticisms, is that why do they make so many of them of white and cream? Because it's easy to get them confused. The one that is left off of this list, I call the Taiwan white clone. And there was only one clone switch that Apple actually adopted, because I know probably everybody here's got a 2C. Look on the back panel of the, or pardon me. Let's see, 2GS is what I meant to say. Look on the back panel of the 2GS. If the last numbers on the model numbers say 0481, it's made in Japan with all genuine Apple switches. But if the number on the back panel says 0330 and it says made in Taiwan, then you have the white clone Taiwan switch, and it actually looks different. I'm kind of surprised they bothered with this, but I think the factory in Japan simply couldn't produce enough 2GSs for the market. There are the switches, the 5, the Taiwan white clone is not shown. Mitsumi switch, this one avoid, because this was another switch being used with the pardon me, the Mac Plus. And you notice it is slightly bigger than these, so it doesn't fit easily onto the metal board. Now, the way I've put it on the metal board here is I used a metal file to make the hole just slightly bigger. But also the spacing of the metal terminals is incorrect. I don't know why they didn't just follow the standard that Alps had set up, but don't put these into your keyboard. I have 2 keyboards of Mitsumi and it was a waste of money. Okay, the PC World, yeah, 16 are the Alps brand and 9 clones, although the 9 is really guessing because a big problem with the clones is that most of them don't even have a brand name on it. And then most of them have either white or cream colored sliders on it. So it makes it harder to spot. Here's the Blue Alps and there's another Blue Alps back there. Okay, why do people swoon over the Blue Alps? Well, it's the subtitle of my presentation. The best key switch ever. What I've mentioned already is look at these videos and evaluate what those experts say about Blue Alps, because about the worst criticism is too much praise is given to Blue Alps, but people can't really specify any defect in it. The one thing about Blue Alps that makes it different than all the 24 others is that it's the most complicated of any of the key switches. Complication means it has a lot of internal parts. And I'm not sure what the number is in there. I would guess it's probably something like 15 or 16 parts, whereas the simplified switches that are on the other pages, simplified simply means fewer parts. And generally, the complicated ones are the oldest, and then there's been a movement towards simplification. It's probably cheaper to manufacture it if it only has 10 parts instead of 15. Oh, by the way, this one, if you think I'm exaggerating, if these sell for a lot of money, look at $700. And this one is being sold from a Missouri town. Let's see, where is Baldwin, Missouri? Anybody know? Well, that's where this one is. I doubt the guy's going to drop his price much, but I took this picture about 2 weeks ago. I would guess he would leave that ad up for a couple of months before even dropping the price. Here's just a little bit closer of exactly the same keyboard. By the way, the brand of keyboard this is Panasonic Business Partner. I do have a list. Yeah, let me pass this around. I meant to put this on the overhead, but it got left off. These are 64 brands of keyboard that all use Alps key switches, and 14 of them use the famous Blue Alps. And the one brand that uses Blue Alps more than any of the other brands is Leading Edge. So if you are browsing eBay ads and you see a Leading Edge keyboard, that's probably got Blue Alps in it. Let's see. Special problem topics. I think I better skip this. I'm running out of time. One big problem is, why did they make so many of them with cream colored or white colored? It's so easy to confuse them. There's enough colors in the rainbow that you could make everyone a very distinct color. Customizing the keyboard. There's not time to get into this. I do plan to write an article probably in the fall for Juice GS on customizing. And the main thing of customizing is you don't change every key switch on your keyboard. I would say pick 3 to 5 of them and use those for particular kinds of switches. Now, if you win the prize today in the drawing, I've got the switches right here. I would suggest that you put the Blue Alps switches on the directional arrows on your keyboard, because we all use that quite a bit. Otherwise, you could put them on the vowels of the alphabet. The very best keyboard ever. I mentioned this briefly earlier. What if you want to have Blue Alps keyboard, but you don't feel like spending $700 for it. I've got this keyboard. I bought it in order to cannibalize it to get the switches on it, because these are clones, copies of the Blue Alps, but they're the closest thing to a perfect copy. Are there any Canadians here? You know, I've noticed I haven't heard Canada mentioned any time in Blue Alps this time, whereas usually we get 20, 25 Canadians here. But this is from a Canadian company. They are still making these switches even today. And this keyboard, it felt so good just typing on it without modifying anything. I could feel the double click, which is the hallmark of Blue Alps. There it is. You can get this on eBay for somewhere between 75 to 150 bucks for the entire keyboard. And I've left this keyboard as it is because it feels so perfect. Okay, there, that's it. Okay, let's see now. Can somebody run upstairs and get the little loops? I can draw the winners really quick. Let's see, Sean Fahey has.
I don't think anybody's actually filled them out here though. That's the problem.
Oh, well, okay, now, if you absolutely don't want to win the prize, then you don't need to fill the thing in. But if you would like to win the prize, just put your name on that little loop and then you have a chance for getting it. And just do it on one loop, please, not extras. Okay. Let's see what I should put them in some kind of a box. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's the box over there.
Steven, so we don't run out of time, let's do the drawing at 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'm almost out of my allowed time, but what I'll do is I'll collect all of these loops that have names on them and do the drawing around 10 o'clock, and then I'll put up a couple of signs of who the winners are. Then come by my room 128 and I'll give you what you win. What you win are 5 Blue Alps plus 1 of the Canadian clone, and plus a sheet on how to install them. In fact, you saw that sheet up here halfway through the presentation. Does anybody have any questions? Well, let's see. I hope everybody will at least try this out if you win the prizes. Oh, let's see. Did anybody go upstairs? Okay. Okay. Well, I guess I better pass it over to the second speaker. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Buggy. Us about 20 seconds to switch over here in Rockhurst, and then we'll be ready for our next presentation. I apologize for that. I was interrupted here. All right, now let's move over to Brian and Bill. We'll join them for highlights of new APPLE software and books that they produced this year and they're introducing at KansasFest, along with some special announcements and surprises. As the oldest user group from 1978, they've created a variety of websites like Mac, BeagleBro, Applied Engineering, and Apple Archive. Over 40 previous books, dozens of programs, and a PDF magazine that's usually 50 or more pages. Recently released books include the remastered Peeking at Call APPLE magazine from 1978, 1979, and 1980, and the second edition of What's Where in the Apple Enhanced Edition. Stay tuned for more Penguin source code and other delights. Brian and Bill?
Hi everyone, I'm Brian Weiser and welcome to the APPLE presentation for KansasFest with all the exciting things we've been working on since last year. We're one of the oldest Apple user groups, started in 1978, and I'd like to go through a quick overview of our user group for those who might not be familiar with us before I review the products that I've produced with Bill Martins this year. He's the user group president. And our most common way of people discovering us is through our website at callapple.org, where we have news and information on both the Apple II and Mac, both retro and current. And if you want to become a member of APPLE, you can go to our members page, and the base level membership is just $27.95 per year. There's higher options if you want. We've also added a new donations option if you would prefer just to donate some amount rather than become a member. And members have access to all of our current magazine PDFs and all of our legacy magazines. We have third-party user group discounts too. And if you go to our magazines page, whether you're a member or not, you can actually download a copy of our 40th anniversary issue. And we've had that available for a few years, and it's still available if you'd like to see what it's like. And the magazine did go monthly sometime last year, and where it was quarterly previously. And so we have made that enhancement. If you are a member, recently we did rework all of the legacy magazines. So if you have downloaded them, you should download them again. And furthermore, we're doing a full rescan of the magazines to make them even better. And that will be coming later in the year. Besides Call Apple magazine, APPLE has also produced a number of other magazines over the years, like 32 Little Apples, Mac APPLE, Mac Tech Quarterly, which is especially cool, Aptalog, the Apple Programmer Developer Association, and others. And those issues are available for members. And then for anyone who might want access to some PDFs, we do have some other related magazines that we host, like the Australian Apple Review, Open Apple and A2 Central, and others. Another one of the sites we manage is applearchives.com, which is a collection of Apple II and Mac magazines, links, manuals, resources, and probably the two best known sections of that are the BeagleBros software repository, which has been running since 2003 and a big redesign last year, and also the Applied Engineering website, which has been online since 2008. And those are both ongoing projects. The Applied Engineering site does have a redesign coming. And we also run the MECC site, which is the largest official archive of MECC software. This is another monumental ongoing project that's had contributions from original CEOs and programmers, and that's always being updated. And we also have our store where you can buy artwork you might have seen in our books, like our cool retro cartoons, Beagle Bros, and other fun things. You can buy t-shirts, mugs, etc. Available at callapple.org/store. There's some of the fun Jim Hilger art with the puppy dog and the barrel of apples. And now let's talk about the books and manuals we've produced this year. Back in February, we released the Peeking at Call Apple series, and this is for the years 1978, 1979, and 1980. These are organized into different categories with the content from the magazines of each of those years. They're related to the separate compendiums we've released before for 78 and 79. Those were complete in order magazine reprints. And again, these are organized for those 3 years to make it a more useful reference. These Peking books are enhanced scans of the originals, and some of those categories include AppleSoft and Integer Basic, color graphics, DOS, printing, and the monitor. And now we start what turned out to be a game release here. You've probably heard of Witch Trial. That's a game that was released earlier this year with artwork and story by Dan Henderson and programming by Dr. Mark A. Golombek and Roby Sherman. It's a double low-res point-and-click adventure, and you've been accused of witchcraft and have to prove your innocence. And it's really a beautiful game. Of course, the game is released, but we wanted to have a beautiful manual to go along with it. So I've been working with Dan and Mark quite a bit, and have produced a very graphical manual that has a full graphical walkthrough and also an art gallery. Now, when I first saw this game, I wanted this manual to be more like an art book, and that's how it's produced. So virtually every screen in the game is produced on premium color paper. It's a little over 50 pages. And I also redrew the map, and so there's a nice map on parchment. This is just a small sample of artwork in the game, and if you'd like a really nice overview of the game, Dan Henderson has recorded a 5-minute overview available at the callapple.org website if you go to the Witch Trial book page. So the manual is available in both paperback and hardback, but we also contemplated making a box and original disc available for this as well. And if that sounds of interest, we're considering a limited run for that, and also for Lordlings of Yore that we released in 2018. So if the thought of owning that sounds of interest to you to go along with the manual that you would purchase, please email editor@callapple.org, and we'll give you any updates as they arise with that production. And Ringobon, yet another game. This one is an AppleSoft basic version of the game Sokoban. This version is by Mike Beaumont and contains 90 levels. The manual has maps if you get lost, and source code, and you can also design your own levels using a word processor. There's Mike. And as you can see, the game uses mouse text, and it's also in ProDOS. And rather amusing name, Terminal Boredom by Carl Bunker. This non-traditional adventure game was written in 1986, with the main object being to keep your on-screen alter ego from falling asleep, hence Terminal Boredom. And you have to make sure that your character starts and finishes a study of AppleSoft Basic. And we have Trick, which is Contract Bridge for the Apple II. And it's a single player. It is written by Jim Hilger, who does those cool early cartoons that you've seen, like the puppy dog. And this is written in Integer Basic in 1980. And you can play a straight up game, build a hand. There's also sample hands. And a lot of tutorials on how to play, background information. It's actually over 100 pages with history of the game in general, rules, strategy, etc. And one that's very exciting to me, and to Bill, of course, big computer games. I'm sure we've all heard of David All and Creative Computing. This is one of the books they published in their basic computer game series in 1984. This has long been out of print. This, however, is an enhanced edition. I've completely redone the cover from scratch. All of the inside pages, 126 pages, are enhanced scans of the originals. But besides making this available in print again, the other neat thing is David All was kind enough to write a brand new preface for it this year. So that's an additional part for it. And this book does include 12 different games in Microsoft Basic. Things like Dukedom. And as you can see, you've got the program listing there, some really neat line art, and sample runs of each game. Liza, I'm sure you've all heard of. Monster Combat. And even includes a tutorial on how to write an adventure game. And beyond the book, on our apps page, we will also have a disc available upcoming with all of the program listings. And speaking of game programming, next up is a graphics toolkit by Randy J. Roast. And this book is based on the popular graphics toolkit series of articles that appeared in Call Apple magazine from 1984 to 1986. The book is over 100 pages and teaches you the art of creating graphical libraries that you can use in games and other programs, both basic and machine language. And there are many different routines that are overviewed, like high-res graphics, line drawing, graphics windows, special effects, shape drawing, animation, double buffering, and some other demos. And it is available in both paperback and hardback with an accompanying disc image, of course. And in the utility category, we have Directory Title Writer, written by APPLE founder Val Goulding. It's a DOS 3.3 utility written in 1981 to help you create elaborate and fancy file names in your catalogs. And you can type inverse flash and lowercase directly from the keyboard. And for font fans, we have Double High. This is a double high-res text generator written by Robert Clardy and Alan Clark, originally published with very limited distribution by Synergistic Software in 1987. And the manual is about 70 pages. and you can generate texts with 46 included fonts in a variety of sizes, colors, and angles. And you can access it with your Apple II programs on the double high-res screen. And it features an editor shown here where you could even make your own character set if you wanted to. Of course, a knowledge of AppleSoft Basic to some degree is helpful. And Higher Text Plus. Now this might sound familiar. We released this manual and program in 2020. This is actually a re-release of it. Recently, Lulu, our book publisher, started supporting color interiors, and so we thought it would be smart to have color options on manuals that would benefit from them, and this is the first one that came to mind. It's also worth mentioning, especially in the context of Double High that we just spoke of, because the fonts between that program and Higher Text Plus are actually interchangeable, so they complement each other and are both worth picking up. Twilight 2 has a new color interior with color screens from most of the screensavers featured in it. Quite beautiful. Signature GS has a color interior now, which is a collection of Apple II GS control panels like a screen blanker and sound selector, things of that nature. Six-Pack has a color interior. This is a collection of 13 Apple II GS extensions, things to compare files, hotkeys, and so forth. And the last of the re-releases is my Etch-a-Sketch and Other Fun Programs book, which is a collection of programs I wrote in school in both basic and machine language, of course featuring my exploded Etch-a-Sketch and some other utilities like and educational tools, a tunnel race game, and it also has stories and experiences and photos from my time there, so it's a bit of a personal journey. And all of these books and manuals are available at callapple.org/books. And all of the related software is available for everyone at callapple.org/apps. You can go to the book description page by clicking on the book cover, or just download the disk image by clicking on the disk. Last year, you might recall, I announced the beginning of the Penguin Software Unpublished Archives. Mark Pelzarski was kind enough to entrust me with some of his original discs a few years ago and didn't really know the content of them, and I was able to recover a lot of documentation and files. And so last year I released the fan-based version of Transylvania and all of the unpublished pictures for the Spy's Adventures in Asia that were under development, both high-res and double high-res, available at callapple.org/penguin. And I should also mention the Graphically Speaking book, Enhanced Edition, that we published in 2019, which is Mark's graphics tutorial book. So continuing on that theme from last year, I had announced the Graphics Magician Painter version 2, which was their internal cross-platform development tool for their Comprehend adventures, supporting double high-res, which wasn't previously available, and being based in ProDOS. And that program and source code are still coming under a Creative Commons license, which is great news. Mark's been very generous that way. And both that program and the Comprehend 2 Adventure Development System were written by both Mark Pelzarski, the Penguin president, and Jeffrey J. Comprehend 2 is the authoring language they use to release games like The Coveted Mirror, the Crimson Crown, Transylvania, Otopos, and others. And this will also be available this year with the Creative Commons license. And being an adventure development system, it does support full sentence parser with graphics, obviously. And furthermore, when that's released, we will release the source code, comprehend source code, resources for those games I mentioned, and also Talisman. But unlike those, since these games are still the original intellectual property of the authors, they will be released for educational and historical purposes only. No license, sorry. But at least you can learn a little bit more about them. And there will also be some other surprises, as if this wasn't cool enough, to go along with those, which you'll hear about another time. All available at callapple.org/penguin. And that brings me to a logical transition of books in progress. Yes, indeed, it would be helpful to have documentation to understand how to use the Comprehend Adventure Development System and the Graphics Magician Painter and the code from all of those games we just talked about. So I've been working with Mark for many months, going through what's been recovered, the code, the intricacies, and learning some of the background of how things were developed. Beyond all of the surviving documentation, it needs to be organized and formatted and added to make it a useful reference. And since it is such a monumental project, it will be available only in print form for both Comprehend 2 and Graphics Magician Painter 2. The plan is to have it available later this year, and that's the beta cover that I've designed thus far. And in addition, to make the documentation more useful, Bill Martins and I are writing a simple Comprehend adventure that will be interspersed through the documentation to help it make more sense. It would really be great if people could use this adventure development system so that it continues in some fashion into the future. And I'll probably add some penguin art too, like I did with the Graphically Speaking, just to make it a little bit more fun. And also upcoming is one of Bill's passion projects, all about Pilot, the Pilot programming language. We announced this last year. It's 130 pages right now, but Bill decided he wanted to add even more to it, so a much bigger version will be forthcoming later this year, along with the Networks 2 BBS software and manual, and many other manuals we don't have time to talk about right now. And a big one that I think will excite a lot of people is understanding the Apple IIe Enhanced Edition, Big Enhanced Edition. This book was published originally in 1985 and was considered the definitive source for understanding all the internal hardware on the Apple IIe, how it works. This edition is produced by Gary Graham, redesigned. I've been working with Gary for a bit. He's the lead on the project. Bill and I are co-producing it. And Gary has fully retypeset this book, which was no small task. And speaking of no small tasks, there's over 100 illustrations in this book. Gary has fully recreated 20 of them, but since there is still a lot to be recreated, the plan is to publish it hopefully later this year. And these are some of the samples of what Gary has redone. It's just incredible, the patience and attention to detail he has with things like motherboard circuits, disk controllers, bus structures. Quite a beautiful design. And there's also a color interspersed with it right now. We're evaluating perhaps having a color version of the manual, of the book. It has 10 chapters and several appendices. Video generation, and a special section on care and maintenance of your Apple II, troubleshooting, and also some programming reference material. So we're really looking forward to that. No small project. Thank you, Gary. And for some fun stuff, other fun stuff, we have a giveaway we'd like to announce for KansasFest attendees, both in person and virtual. There is a book that is not yet published or released. And if you go to our KansasFest Discord channel, you can learn the details of that. And this unreleased book will be available to 3 lucky winners. And a final surprise, of course, all of our offerings book-wise are available at callapple.org/books. But if you'd like to look at the offerings in a different way, we have a nice PDF catalog linked in our Discord channel and also available on our website. And if you look at that catalog, perchance you'll notice a special mystery book to purchase that may be of interest. It took many weeks to produce to make it look beautiful, and you'll just have to discover that on your own. And with that, please stay tuned and let us know if you have any questions. Thank you very much. Apple II forever.
Okay, great. Thanks. Now Brian is here.
I am.
And let's see if I can put you on the screen. Did I? I think I didn't. Let me stop your video sharing. There we go. I think maybe now you will be visible. So if you had any questions to answer, I think there's a couple minutes left.
I'm certainly happy to answer any questions anyone might have on any project, new or old. Assuming everyone's awake and has had coffee this morning. I'm just having my first cup. Oh, I think I see a question here in Zoom at least. Oh, there it is. Any updates on GBBS? GBBS is on our GitHub page. All of the current source code and compiled apps that are available. No new announcements with GBBS. Lane Roth had been helping us extensively. I'm just guessing, but I don't think he's had a chance to work on it recently. But if you go to callapple.org and you go to the software Apple II menu, there will be a link to GBBS's to our GBBS GitHub right there, and that's the best I can answer for you on development of that.
There's a question in the Zoom chat. Is there a way to determine if a book has been updated since last purchase and what the update was?
Updates are rare. If there's an update like the new color editions I just created for those 5 books, I announced them just now. If you go to callapple.org/books, at the very top of the page, I've added a section that summarizes all of the releases I did today and specifically lists those new color editions. So for everything in 2022, new releases are there, and the only updates per se with the addition of a color edition choice are also listed there. The only other book that has been revised is the What's Where in the Apple Enhanced Edition. We fixed a few mistakes, added a couple of things, and that was released a year or 2 ago. And if you look at the technical information in Lulu, it does specify an edition number and when it was published. But as the person who does all the final output on all of these books, I'm not aware of any other books that have been revised. If you've got a question about a specific one, please tell me. But normally when a book is published, it's published and it's done because we, mostly I, spend a lot of time going over it and fixing any issues with it. So yeah, let me know offline and I'm happy to answer anything further on that.
Okay, thanks. There's I guess there's one question in the Zoom Q&A, and maybe
Oh,
that's about the
okay.
last we have time for. It's Petar. He says on the Networks 2 manual and software, he found about 30 floppies in his collection from a friend, and if you and Bill were interested, you could get copies of that. Is that something
Absolutely,
you're working
yeah.
with?
Please send that to us. We do have a copy of just the primary disc, but certainly what's on the other discs would be interesting to look at. So yes, please email me or Bill.
Okay, great. Thanks. I think we are out of time, but thanks a lot.
Thanks, everybody.
And now let's see. So at this point, we're going into a break. So there's a 15-minute break, and then at 10:15 we'll come back with somebody talking about writing an Apple III. Actually, it's me talking about an Apple III, writing an Apple III arcade game. So see you soon.
Next up is Dr. Paul Hagstrom. He will be presenting writing an Apple II arcade game. Sorry, Apple III arcade game. The Apple III does not have much by way of games, but not because it lacked power. Mostly it lacked an audience. In this talk, Paul Hagstrom attempt to create an arcade game in assembly language using some of these specific capabilities that the Apple III provides. Whether the game is ultimately fun or not, the journey should prove interesting. Paul?
Hello. Okay. Today I'm going to talk about making an Apple III arcade game. So that is the plan. The Apple III is sort of like a supercharged Apple II. It has various kinds of improvements. It has more RAM, 128K to 256K, or even 512K if you used a third-party RAM enhancement. It runs at 2 megahertz. It has a built-in serial port, which you can use for, and you can use a silent type printer built in. It has RGB output. It has 6-bit audio. It has a clock nearly built in, custom text character sets, built-in disk drive, and chainable others, better keyboard, numeric keypad, 80 columns, lowercase, new graphics modes, and an emulation mode for Apple IIs. Last year I talked about the emulation mode. So the thing about the Apple II, or the Apple III, is that it seems like it would be pretty great for writing games. It has a lot of actually new sophisticated stuff. So it has interrupts, nice interrupt system, vertical blanking, and more. It has a thing called smooth scrolling that I will talk a bit about, hard scrolling in hardware, 6-bit audio. It has 1.4 megahertz speed is actually a little bit closer to the actual speed. We'll talk more about that. And more memory. It has this ability to move the 0 page in the stack. It has customizable text fonts, which means that you can basically make sprites out of text. And it has a bunch of new graphics modes. So 140 by 192, 16 color high res. That's the sort of flagship mode. There's also a 560 by 192 black and white only super high res mode, and color text mode. So seems like it would be pretty great for writing games. But there are only a very few games available for it. So basically there's Atomic Defense, which is a missile command game. And I don't actually know even if this was released. It's kind of like, might have been Apple internal for all I know. It was written by Andy Hertzfeld, and it actually kind of, in a sense, has the same goal that I have today, in that it's kind of a tech demo. It's showing a bunch of stuff like the smooth scrolling and that kind of thing. And actually, Rob Justice did a disassembly of it, which was very useful in getting started in this project that I'm doing. Another game is Sandman, which is a Pac-Man clone that was, I think that was released by On3, but it's written by Melvin Estrahan. And, so essentially it's a Pac-Man game, and it really looks quite smooth when you see it running. But anyway, there really aren't many. Now, one of the primary things one of the things that people talk about with the Apple III is that it has a character set in RAM, so you can customize the fonts. And what that means is that you can animate things really, really fast. You can change 56 pixels with a single write to memory, because it's an entire, the entire character goes in at once. So you could get an entire horizontal 280 by 8 band down with 40 writes. So that gives you some sort of quick animation options. And the on-off colors, so basically when you have a foreground and a background color, for all 56 pixels can be set with a single write. So you can change the colors also very quickly if you're using the color text. So you could even write passable games in Business Basic. They're just text games, and there are a couple of these. So Captain Magneto is maybe one of the more famous ones, because that actually got a Mac port later. But it was originally on the Apple III by Al Evans, and it basically it's kind of Ultima style in a way. You run around a text map, and you have a little character, and so forth. There's Apple Chomp. I think I'm not sure actually what the source of this is. I think that was on one of the Washington Apple Pie discs, but that's a little Pac-Man game. Okay, so here's the plan. I thought, well, so the deadline for session submissions this year came up, and I thought, well, I should really submit something, and I should even do something about the Apple III, because like who else is gonna? So I said, all right, well, I know the Apple III can do all these fancy things, and nobody's used them, and I would like to know how to use them, and I think it could work out pretty well. So I will write an arcade game in assembly language using the new graphics modes and enhanced features and so forth. That's the plan. Of course, I hadn't written anything in assembly language on the Apple III before, and I hadn't written any arcade games, and I didn't actually really know how any of the graphics modes or enhanced features of the Apple III work. So this was a nearly foolproof plan. Okay, so first step: what kind of game would actually make use of the things that I have available? What I want to demo the tech. What could do that? So what I ended up with is something that would split the screen into regions. So that way I could use multiple graphics modes at once. And I'll talk about how the screen splitting could work. But so one mode would be in a band near the top, the next mode would be another band a little bit lower, and so forth. That would allow me to use all these new graphics modes. And I want some sort of vertical scrolling to happen, so I can use this smooth scrolling. That'll be something that it can move things much faster than if they had to be drawn. And I want to use some custom character sets to fake fast graphics, and I want to use the audio DAC for effects. So what I settled on was a kind of a game. I ended up calling it Disc Hero. Don't know, not sure it's a great game, but the idea is that there's a map, and it has walls in it, and scattered around in the map are discs. There are discs of varying values. There are four different types of disc, and your goal is basically to go around and collect them, right? So the idea is, I somewhere in I even made a little like flux image icon and stuff, but I didn't end up using it in the game I produced. But anyway, the idea is you're going out and you're trying to exhaustively image the discs. You're not under any direct threat from anyone in the game, and you're not actually trying to eliminate anyone in the game. You're just trying to collect things, and the antagonists in the games are the hoarders. And so what they do is they run around and they grab the discs, and once they have grabbed them, you can no longer get them, right? So that's the basic idea, and it has a sort of a Dung Beetles like vibe to it. So there's a big map in the background. It'll scroll around. You still can't see all of it at once, but so it'll scroll vertically. You can see all of it horizontally, and then there's kind of a zoomed in section in the middle, and that's sort of where the play field action happens. And so that the zoomed in part is going to be the text mode part. The map in the background is going to be the high res that scrolls, and there's color text all around. And at the very top, I've got I have a super high res black and white band at the top. I didn't know what to do with that, so it just makes little splashes whenever the numbers change in the disk inventory. Okay, so that's the game. Here is a MAME screenshot of the game, and actually I can now pull that over. Here is MAME actual. So here it is. It scrolls around. You can see the numbers increase. You can drive around picking up discs. The hoarders will also be trying to get these discs, and one thing that you can see is that it scrolls faster than you would expect on a 6502 of this sort, right? So I might also point out here that the colors in MAME actually look quite a bit different from what we see on actual Apple III. So I've got the screenshot of MAME to the left there, and the actual Apple III Plus running this on the right, and you can see that the colors are better on the real Apple III, but they're also different on the real Apple III. So like the little Disc Hero label up at the top is actually almost unreadable on the real Apple III. But anyway, so this is that's the game that we're building here. Okay, so now the way this is set up is that there are these bands, and each band has a different display mode. So the very top one shows the splash effect when the inventory changes. Then there's a text region that shows the score. High-res regions that show portion of a larger map of scrolls. The text playfield has custom characters that are used as sprites, and I never quite figured out what to do with the medium resolution thing at the bottom. So if you look at the screenshot, I've just put like grass down there. Okay. Now let me talk a little bit about screen splitting and how that's supposed to work. So one of the earliest things that I ever encountered with the Apple II was this article in Soft Talk by Bob Bishop called "Have an Apple Split." It's a really great article. You should read it if you haven't. But so what it essentially talks about, it sort of leads off by saying, if you read the Apple II manual, it says, here are your graphics modes options. These are the only ones that you have. One of them is you can have graphics at the top and a little text mode at the bottom. Otherwise, you can have like high res or low res or whatever. And the premise of this is to basically say, well, if you think about how the sort of actual hardware of the screen drawing works, this picture is drawn by a beam that goes, across the screen, then back to the left, and then across the screen, and across the screen, each for every line. Then it gets to the bottom of the screen, and then it has to go back up to the top. And so there's this little period of time when nothing is being drawn to the screen. So it draws a line, and then there's nothing happening on the screen as it returns to the original side. Draws, and then when it gets to the bottom, nothing is being drawn while the beam moves back up to the top to start again. And so these are the blanking intervals. And so the horizontal blanking interval is one where the beam is going back horizontally to start the next line. And the vertical blanking interval is when the beam is going from the bottom back up to the top. What the Apple III provides is actual interrupts. So here I have a little picture of how the blanking is supposed to work. And so we know how long everything is. It takes 40 cycles to draw a line, so that basically corresponds to one column per line. So either one text character or one group of 7 high-res pixels. Then it takes 25 cycles to do a horizontal blank. So there's 65 cycles per line. And then there are the equivalent of 70 lines of drawing time to get back from the bottom up to the top. The vertical blank is 70 lines worth. So on an Apple II at 1 megahertz, that's 4,550 cycles. So we can do this. On an Apple II, we don't have any signal of when the VBL is, but we do on the Apple III. The Apple III has interrupts, a fairly sophisticated interrupt system. And in fact, it also has horizontal blanking interrupts. So this is going to be great. This is going to be easy. Okay, so the way all this stuff works is that it's a lot of this stuff is controlled by 2 versatile interface adapter chips, 6522 VIAs. They deal with most of the interrupts, most of the memory banking, most of the 0-page placement. They're pretty general purpose devices. They have timers and counters and I/O registers, and the Apple III connects these things to specific, aspects of its hardware. And the way you talk to these are with the addresses FFD something and FFE something. So there are 2 of them. They occupy those 20 spaces on the address bus. I had no idea even what this was before going into this. So that is also was also a trick to try to figure out how you deal with a 6522, what it is, because it has sort of a well-defined property. It's not an Apple III thing specifically. The only thing that is Apple III specific is what the inputs and outputs and timers are connected to exactly. So there's one input on this chip that's connected to the keyboard, and so when the keyboard goes, that will generate an interrupt and so forth. Okay. Almost all of the information that there is and that I use for this comes out of this Apple III level 2 service reference manual. It's pretty much the only detailed reference to how all this stuff works. It's pretty informal. I don't think it was even final. It was not available to regular people in the 1980s. It was kind of like semi-internal. So that may have something to do with why nothing was written, because there was no way to figure things out. I had to spend a lot of time figuring out how all this stuff worked. And again, Rob Justice's disassembly of atomic defense was a huge help in this. Okay, so we'll starting with the screen regions and interrupts. So the way the interrupts work, this is again just general 6502 property. FFCD is the interrupt request vector. So when there's an interrupt request, the processor will jump to there. Will move the processing to FFCD and execute whatever's there. So what you want to put there is jump somewhere. And so if we jump to our own interrupt handler, then we can sort of deal with the interrupt as it happens. If you're going to do this, you need to save the state and then restore the state, because your program is doing something else, and then suddenly you're running the interrupt handler, and you want the something else that your program was doing to be able to continue when the interrupt handling is done. So the first thing you need to do is save the state, and then figure out like what interrupt was called. Was it a keyboard? Was it a vertical blank? Whatever. And so you can read FFED to find out what happened on the EVIA, and if you write there, that'll clear the interrupt flag. The relevant interrupts we have are horizontal blanking, which is 20, vertical blanking, which is 10, keyboard, which is 1, and timer, which is 2. And most of the numbers that I say are in hexadecimal, so that's 20 hexadecimal. Okay, so the thing is, it takes time to save and restore the state. So the transfer X to accumulator, accumulator to X, Y to accumulator, accumulator to Y, each of those take the smallest amount of time a 6502 instruction can take, which is 2 cycles. Push accumulator to the stack is 3, pull accumulator from the stack is 4, return from interrupt is 6. Right, so it takes a little while to get into the interrupt processing. Horizontal blanking occurs every 65 cycles, and you have 25 cycles when the blanking is actually happening. Right, so it drew the line, it hit the interrupt, and 25 cycles later, it's going to start drawing again. If it's taking you 6 cycles just to return from the interrupt, you can see that this is going to be a problem. It's basically unworkable to just sit there and count horizontal blankings and switch graphics modes whenever you reach the scan line, because by the time you're ready to switch, the blanking is over, and you've missed several. So what you can do, though, is that the VIA actually can be set up to trigger not on every horizontal blanking, but count a certain number of them and then trigger. So you can say, give me an interrupt every 8 horizontal blankings, and that will leave you time to like restore the context after switching modes, and still leave time to actually like run the game when the interrupt is not being handled. So that's what I've done here. I've basically split up the screen into bands of 8, and those are the only places where it can switch. So it's gonna come in with an interrupt every 8 lines, and see if it's supposed to be switching modes at that point, and if not, it'll return to running the game. Okay, so the Apple III runs its 6502 at 2 megahertz, sort of, sometimes. Actually, what it does is it runs at 1 megahertz whenever the video memory is going out, and that's even so. The processor can be set to either 1 or 2 megahertz, but even when it's set to 2 megahertz, when the video memory is going out, it's running at 1. There's 192 lines of video display. They have 65 cycles each, so that's 12,480 cycles while it's drawing the video down. Then the vertical blanking takes the equivalent of 70 lines, which at 1 megahertz is 4550 cycles. If it's running at 2 megahertz, then that's about 9100 cycles. So what that means is that the 73% of the time, the Apple III is running at 1 megahertz, and 27% of the time during the vertical blank, it's running at 2. So it's not really running at 2 megahertz much of the time. I think it winds up being something like 1.3 megahertz or something is the average, but it's hopping back and forth between the two speeds. the problem is that MAME, the only sort of viable way to emulate the Apple III at the moment, does not emulate the downshift in speed while the video is being drawn. So if you set it to 2 megahertz in MAME, it's just going to run at 2 megahertz. So on a real 3, you want to shift the video mode between 65 and 80 cycles into the interrupt processing. That'll be during the horizontal blank after the one that triggered the interrupt, right? MAME is going to run twice as fast. It's not going to slow down at that point. And so it's going to get through 130 to 160 cycles in that same, sort of drawing time. So it's very easy, as I, ask me how I know. It's easy to wind up with something that looks fine in MAME and then gets the screen splits all wrong on the real hardware because it's missing horizontal blankings. So in order to get something that runs well on both MAME and real hardware, you have to switch fast because they get far apart pretty quickly. And it's also fairly easy to fool yourself into thinking that the game runs fast enough when you're developing it on MAME. So very important to set the next 8-line horizontal blanking timer immediately in the handler. So what I did, this is a picture of the interrupt handler that I have. When you look at this, you think, well, you could push stuff to the stack. Why are you doing this, or why are you writing to an absolute address? And like I'm stashing the accumulator in a 16-bit address when it would be faster. I'd save a cycle if I stored it in the 0 page. Why don't I do that? Because the Apple III can have a repointable 0 page in stack. So unlike the Apple II has a 0 page at 0. That's a good sort of a sensible place for a 0 page, and the stack at 100 immediately next to the 0 page. That's sort of a standard 6502. That's the way the 6502 operates. But the Apple III allows you to designate any page as the 0 page and the stack. So the 6502 can refer to any address in a 64 K space using 16-bit addresses, 2 bytes of addresses. But there are 2 special pages, and that's the 0 page and the stack. The 0 page is, there's a special set of faster instructions that can access the 0 page because it only takes 1 byte to refer to the address. So those are faster. That's the advantage of using the 0 page addresses. And the stack is a last in, first out data store that can stash information pretty quickly. It's not as much faster than storing to absolute addresses as one might like, but it is it's still fairly quickly. It saves program space at least, if not cycles. Okay, so on the Apple III, you can specify which page is the 0 page. It doesn't have to be 0, and you can use that to interact fast with like graphics memory, which I'll get to. But what that also means is that I can't, in the interrupt handler, rely on putting the stack in the 0 page being in any place I know. So this is the way it works. To set the 0 page, you store the value in FFD0. That will tell the Apple III what to report is the 0 page. And then you have a choice about the stack. It can either be adjacent to the 0 page, so it's the 0 page exclusive or 1. So that'll wind up being above the 0 page you picked when it's odd, or if the 0 page you picked is even, it'll be below. The other option is you could just have it at 100. So it could either follow the 0 page to wherever you sent it, or it could just be at 100 while the 0 page is off wherever you said it was going to be. If the 0 page is in video memory, then it's more sensible probably to pick true 100 for the stack, because otherwise the alternate stack would also be in video memory. And so that keeps you from doing a fair amount of things, because like even JSR and RTS mess up the stack. So if the stack is on their screen, you will see your screen messed up. How you choose the stack placement is one of the bits in the environment register at FFDF. So just a quick note about pushing to the screen. So if you want to store a line of A's, A characters in the first text line, which is in memory at 400 to 427, then the sort of simplest way to do it would be to in the sort of the upper left box there, load the accumulator with A, load X with 27. That's the last column. Store that A in 400 index X, decrement X, and then keep going until X rolls off the end. And that'll to do that, that'll take 364 cycles to fill the line with A's. If you point the 0 page at 400, then instead of storing at 400x, you can store at 0x. So the box sort of lower middle there, I'm first pointing the 0 page at 4. And I'm counting the cycles for that too, because that seems fair. Then same logic, except instead of storing at 400x, I'm storing at 0x. So instead of taking 5 cycles to store, it takes 4. It repeats, and it does that. It saves that one cycle 40 times. So that gets me to 330 cycles. So quicker, 30-ish cycles quicker. And if I wanted to use the stack, the box sort of furthest right there, we can set it up so we point the 0 page at 5, and pick the alternate stacks, which is going to wind up being at 4. And then we use the same thing. We load the accumulator with A, we load X with 27, which is the column. We transfer X to the stack pointer. So we're going to start pushing onto the stack at 27. And then we push decrement until it runs off the bottom. And that gets us to 300 cycles, including the setup. So it's quicker. If you can point the stack at the thing you want to fill, and it's something easy like that, you can save quite a bit. Every write is 2 cycles faster. So anyway, that's the advantage, and that's one thing that the Apple III can do that the Apple II cannot. So that's one of the things I wanted to play around with. I do use this in various places, but what that means is that when an interrupt arrives, I don't know where the stack or 0 page are, and they might be on the screen. So if I'm going to save the state to the stack, I might just be messing up the screen at the same time. And it would cost me more to set the stack and 0 page to a known value and then restore them to whatever they were than it would to just use a 16-bit address. Okay. Scrolling. So the Apple III has a hardware support for scrolling pixels vertically, and I will now describe that. So on the left, I have a picture of what you need to do if you wanted to scroll basically what is this, 16 lines on an Apple II up 1. Right, so 16 high-rise lines, you want to scroll them up 1. The way you do that is you basically sort of iterate down from the top. You copy line 1 to line 0. You copy line 2 to line 1, 3 to line 2, 4 to line 3, and so forth. When you get to the bottom, you copy the top line 0 of the next group, up to line 7 of the top group, and then you do it again. So copy line 1 to 0, copy line 2 to 1, 3 to 2, and so forth. So if you're going to scroll 16 lines on an Apple II, you need to write 16 lines of data. That is, that seems like, how could you do better? But here's how you could do better. The Apple III notices this pattern. It says, okay, well, if you do this, imagine doing the Apple II scrolling 8 times. So you do it once, everything shifts up once. You do it again, everything shifts up again. And eventually what you wind up with is line, all of the bottom 8 lines have been copied into all of the top 8 lines. So what the Apple III allows is basically that for in each 8 line of each group of 8, you can start at any of them. So if you start at 1, it'll draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0. So it'll draw the 0th line, but it'll draw it under the 7th. And if you start at 2, then it'll do the same thing, except it'll draw 0 and 1 at the bottom. And so the idea is that if you're going to take these 8 steps anyway, you can do them one at a time. So you can just draw 1 line and scroll up. So all we've redrawn is line 7 and scrolled up. And next time we'll redraw line 6 and scroll up 2. And next redraw line 5 and scroll up 3. And eventually, once you've gone through 8 steps, you will have copied the entire bottom block to the entire top block, but you won't have done all the intermediate writes. So that's moving much less data. The way this works is there are these soft switches. So if you want to scroll to 010, you hit COE4, COE3, COE0. That's the 3 the 3 bits to 010, and that'll scroll it up 2, right? So it's it's clunky, but it saves you a lot of time. It is hard to get your mind around, so I spent a lot of scribbling time on this. It also only functions for high-res display modes. So there are several different soft switches that determine what the display modes are. There's the 3 here that are relevant: high-res, mix, and graphics text. And those words sound like they mean something, but they don't actually correspond very clearly to what is happening here. And that, well, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, mostly the text modes are not high-res, and the graphics modes are high-res. You would think that the graphics text switch would do that, but no, that is something different. At any rate, the high-res ones are the ones that do the smooth scrolling. The text ones are not, which is a little bit weird because I would have thought that the reason for doing this would be to allow for smoothly scrolling text, but apparently that is not something you can do. MAME, however, does not understand this. So MAME will do it for text modes too, but it scrolls things sideways in a very strange way. Real hardware does not do this, but it also means that if I want something that's going to run in MAME and on real hardware, I need to turn off the smooth scrolling in the non-high-res regions. Okay. Next bit, custom font. So I created a custom font for this. The idea being that I would have little icons that would run around in the middle. The fact that you can change the font is commonly mentioned, but not really how. There's a driver way that can do this. So Apple provides a driver. That's pretty much the main way people do it. There's a way you can get Business Basic to do this, but I'm not using drivers. I'm not using Business Basic. I needed to know how this actually worked. The font data doesn't live in addressable space, so you can't just change it. Otherwise, that would actually be quite nice, but you can't. You have to stage it into some hidden RAM space. So you put it somewhere and then tell the Apple III to come get it. It's not really, I don't really know exactly how this works, but it's fairly clearly leveraging the scan through video memory. So the way this works is that you put 8 characters worth of data into the text page screen holes, and then you turn on the scan font data switch, and then you have to wait for at least one full vertical blank cycle, and then you can move on to the next set of 8 characters. You have 128 characters to play with. The other 128 are just the inverse. Screen holes are, if you don't know, on the text page, every triplet of lines on the text page has a screen hole on the edge, and that's because the text line is 40 characters wide. But every 128 byte boundary is lined up on the left edge. So the first line goes from 0 to 39, now to speaking decimal for some reason. Second line goes from 40 to 79. The third line goes from 80 to 119. And the next thing we do needs to line up with 128, which means that 120 through 127 are not used for anything. Those are the screen holes. They're not displayed anywhere. They're in the text memory space, but they're not displayed. We have 8 of those, and each of those 8 screen holes has 8 bytes in it. So we have 64 bytes free. And whatever you write in here doesn't affect the screen data. So that's where you put the font data. You put the font data there, and then you tell the Apple III to come get it. Okay. Fonts are 7 by 8, right? And again, we throw away the high bit, so it's 7 across, 8 down. You would think a sensible way to do this would be that each screen hole would contain the data for one character. That's 8. It's 8 bytes long. Font data is 8 bytes tall. Or failing that, that they would be organized down the screen. So with the 8th byte has the all the 8th byte of each screen hole is the data for the 8th character. 7th byte is the data for the 7th, and so forth. That would make sense. It is neither of these things. And not only is it neither of those things, I did not find this information written down anywhere. The monitor ROM does set up the characters when it boots, but it uses a compressed data that it's very hard to understand like what the data is because it's all compressed into smaller space. So I basically figured this out through trial and error. But in fact, the font data layout is each screen hole contains 2 bytes of 4 different characters. The first 4 screen holes contain the first 4 characters, and the last 4 screen holes contain the last 4 characters, because Apple can always find a way to interleave things just one more level. There are screen holes in page 2, and they are also used. They contain the character number, right? So the character data, pixel data, is in screen 1. The character number is in screen 2. So if you're updating character 1, you have to put 8 ones in the page 2 addresses that correspond to the 8 addresses holding the pixel data in page 1. Anyway, okay, so the way this works is you put the data in the screen hole, you touch C0dB to turn on the font trace transfer. You wait for a full VBL cycle, which usually means waiting for 2 interrupts. The first interrupt will happen after an incomplete one. And then you touch C0DA to turn off the font transfer. And okay, it's often mentioned with very little information of how it works that the Apple III has a 6-bit audio DAC. The way this works is that PB, port B of the eVIA, it's accessed by FFE0, and what that tells us is that the lower 6 bits of what you write to FFE0 go to the DAC. I don't know what an audio DAC is supposed to be. At least I didn't before I started this project, and in fact now I'm not even sure that I do completely know. But anyway, what are these 6 bits encoding? It seems to me like what they are encoding is essentially an amplitude, and at least it seems to work when I treat it like that. So what that would mean is if you want to produce a sine wave, then you just raise its value up and down in a sinusoidal pattern, and if you do that repeatedly, the frequency will dictate the pitch. So the document that I showed on the previous slide says there are 127 different possible tone combinations, but I can only count to 64 with 6 bits, so it's a typo? I don't know. Or maybe I still am not understanding something about what those 6 bits do, but in any event, the basics of running the audio is pretty simple. You just put the amplitude in that audio register. If you want to have a reasonable pitch and smooth sounding audio, though, you have to do it often and regularly. And, this is great. We have an Apple III. It has interrupts. We can just set it, say, interrupt me at the time that I want the audio to go, and I will provide the audio. Seems great. Turns out, though, not that easy. So here's there's an article on On3 by Al Evans that talks a little bit about this. It's one of his columns, and he was trying to do basically exactly this. He was trying to use interrupt-driven audio in a game context, but what he observed was that the minimum response time to call an interrupt handler is about 160 microseconds, and then another 115 is required to return. It's possible that that's not actually as good as you can get because that may be running everything through sauce. We are bypassing sauce here, but the point is still the same. It takes so long to get in and out of the interrupt handler that even if it's super quick to actually update the DAC, you're going to spend all your time going in and out of the audio handler. You're not going to be able to get a very high frequency, but you're also not going to have any time to run the rest of your game. So he gave up. The guy who wrote Captain Magneto gave up, said, "This is beyond me." Turns out, though, I have something I can do, to sort of factor out that in and out issue, which is that I already have a horizontal blank interrupt firing several times a frame, and so I'm gonna just piggyback the audio on that, since that's happening all the time anyway, and I can just say also transfer the audio as I'm checking to switch the mode. Originally I had it firing the horizontal blank firing actually only whenever I needed a mode switch, so it would go 10 lines and then 20 and then 10 and then but for the audio we really wanted to fire it more regularly than that, so I've changed it so that it fires every 8, and whether it needs to switch or not, and it will do very little if it doesn't have to switch. one thing this doesn't account for is the vertical blank. There should be about 8 or 9 audio samples pushed out during the time of the vertical blank, and it actually really does sound pretty bad if you don't do that, at least on real hardware. So what I did to account for that is that when the vertical blank is happening, I set up just a timer that goes off at about the same rate, so that it should get us somewhere between 8 and 9 audio samples during the vertical blank before it comes back. This is the kind of thing that could always be more finished. It's not bug-free yet. Sometimes it will crash if you're traveling downward, and occasionally, particularly on real hardware, the audio sound effects will overpower the mode switching and get the screen to display garbage. There's not currently a way to win or lose. The hoarders are supposed to head for the disc that's closest to them, but it's not clear that they do that. Actually, I think they're supposed to head for the most valuable disc that's closest to them. But I need to get that to work in order to allow dropping a distractor disc to work. The map may be too large to be fun, so it's possible that I should have levels and start it with smaller. And it would be nice to think of something to do with the lower medium resolution region. Right now it just shows a grassy pattern. I couldn't think of a good thing to do with it. It's a very busy screen though, because it's a tech demo. I mean, it wasn't really designed to be like, what's the most fun game I can write? So I wanted to have, super high res at the top, medium res at the bottom, but I don't have anything to display there. So anyway, so that is it. The code will be available on GitHub to look at. It'll be under my GitHub account somewhere. And I'm going to try to see if the MAME in a browser on the Internet Archive will run this. I don't know if Apple III emulation works there or not, but if it does, then that would be kind of cool. I could at least play it in the browser. And I guess part of the point of doing this was to provide an example of how these technologies could be used to help future others or future me, by at least having something that sort of shows how it can be done. So not everyone needs to keep banging their heads against the level 2 reference manual. Okay, anyway, that's good enough. I will leave it here and toss to me on Zoom. So, okay, and here is me on Zoom. Let me get rid of that. Stop share. Okay, so I have I guess a couple of moments for questions, and I see a couple of questions here in the Zoom Q&A. So I'll do these. So Charles asked, are there any advantages of the 3 that are possible to add to a 2 with add-on hardware, like a mouse card? I do not know. So what's happening with the memory stuff with the 3 is probably, I'm not super clear on what hardware can do, but I mean, like what it's mostly doing is it's watching. It's like sort of what the VidHD does, I suppose. It's like watching what the CPU is doing, and so if the CPU says I want something in the 0 page, then the Apple III says, oh, you mean something in page 1A, and then hands it to that. So I don't know if a card can do that, but it might be able to, and I think that's that's the kind of thing. Yeah, maybe the answer is probably maybe. And Jeremy asked in the Q&A also. Okay, so let me see if I can get this right. So doesn't an arriving interrupt write information on the stack regardless? I believe the chip pushes some state to the stack before jumping to the handler. If you have the stack mapped to the screen, doesn't it get corrupted by the interrupt itself? And or does the Apple III do something about that? That is true. That only just kind of occurred to me sort of late, but I think it does push the flags to the stack before processing the interrupt, because I don't have to save. Like I can freely use carry, but I don't have to save that and restore it. So I don't know. That is a really interesting question. It may well be that the Apple III will corrupt the graphics page when you hit the interrupt. I haven't gotten close enough to bug free to know like if that is the bug that I'm seeing, but I do think that I'm using it sort of off label. So like I don't think you're supposed to point the stack into the 0 page or into the graphics pages. I mean, so I think they were expecting it always to be, somewhere between like 18 and 1F. So it might be that they don't do anything about that, and in which case it's probably better to again, better to put the stack at 100 or very quickly, like maybe turn off interrupts if you ever move the stack away. So yeah, I hadn't really thought through the implications of that, but that is correct, that I think there's a possible conflict between using the stack in graphics memory and having these interrupt processings. Okay, let's see. I think I've been following along a little bit in the Discord channel for this. And I've also posted the place where I put this on GitHub on in that channel, but it's at my GitHub account, and it's called Disk Hero is the final bit of the URL. I will leave it at that because I'm basically out of time, and I think we are about to go into a break. Is Rockhurst ready? But maybe I will announce for them that we're about to go to a coffee break. And the intention is to return at 11:15 with a session remembering Tony Diaz.
Paul, could I get another audio check from Rockhurst? We're going to switch over for the memorial in here. Stavros is going to lead that. Thank you.
We good? Testing, 1, 2, 3. How do I sound?
You sound good to me out here.
Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you. All right.
Welcome back. Next up, we have a memorial for a member of our community, Tony Diaz, who passed away last year. Here in Rockhurst, we have Stavros K leading, and several other people will join in to share their memories.
Okay. Hi, I'm Stavros Karatsaridis. I'm a longtime KansasFest attendee since 2006. And today we are gathered to remember Tony Diaz, who was one of the giants in the Apple II community. He attended the very first KansasFest and had an unbroken streak of attendance every year until 2015. He had a gap of 2 years that he did not attend, and then attended every one since then. Tony tragically passed away in October of 2021. And he has left a big hole in our community and in our hearts. He was truly a great friend of KansasFest, a great friend of many of us, and a great friend of the Apple II and the Apple II community at large. Basically, I would like to share some memories of Tony. I think that through these stories and memories that I and others of you have to share, we can all get a picture of what Tony was like, especially for people who are watching this who may have never met him or may have never even heard of him. I first became aware of KansasFest back in 1995 when I was a sophomore in college, and I was a frequent participant of the KansasFest Apple II news group. If you remember news groups. I would frequently see Tony and many of the other people in our community post on the news group about the Apple. Tony always seemed very helpful. He always had answers to questions that people had about the Apple II. And I remember reading about KansasFest and thinking that it sounded like a fun time. And then, of course, at that time, I was a poor college student. I didn't have the time or the money to come and attend. And then, of course, I graduated from college and then went to medical school and then did residency. So the first time that I actually had time to attend was 2006. And I signed up a few months beforehand. I figured I should start to get to know some of these people. And so I signed up for I signed into the Apple II IRC chat that Tony ran, and started to participate in that chat room, and in that way got to know several of the people that frequented the chat room and came to KansasFest. And then, of course, in 2006, when I actually attended K-Fest, I finally got to meet Tony in person. So I have some photos of that first KansasFest that I attended. This was in Tony's room. This was one of the first times that I got to meet Tony. Tony had connections within Apple, within the Apple II community. And so he acquired a variety of different artifacts in the Apple II world. And he loved to bring things like prototypes and unreleased items and behind the scenes items. And he loved to bring those to KansasFest and show them off to everybody. So for instance, he had a prototype Apple IIc. He owned one of the few Mark Twain 2GSs in existence. He also owned a motherboard of a Mark Twain. Here's a photo of the inside of the Mark Twain. He had collections of memorabilia, so lots of Apple II badges, 2E, 2GS, Beagle Brothers stickers, DOS 3.2, 3.3 stickers, 16 sector stickers, all sorts of things. He took pride in his ability to strip down a disk 2 drive in, I forget exactly how long it took him, but it didn't take him long to strip it down to its barest essentials. He gave impromptu sessions on how to tear down an Apple IIe or IIc. One of the things that I really liked about Tony was his quirky sense of humor. It matched my own very, very closely. And so, we were able to get one another pretty easily and pretty fast. Here at the KansasFest tie contest, here he is wearing a tie that he made out of scrap Apple II motherboards, and he stuck a card in it, and that was his necktie for the year. One year, if you notice around the Rockhurst campus, there's these electrical boxes out there, and they have this little label on them. So Tony and a friend, Paul Zaleski, decided to recreate that label. I remember one year we went on a we went on a late night run to a Steak and Shake, and there were three cars in the group, and the one hit a curb and got a flat tire. So while we were waiting for the people to change the flat tire, Tony and his roommate that year, Jeff Weiss, decided that it would be funny to lie on the ground as if there had been a car accident. So I snapped a couple of these photos, and then they got up. And so as we are changing the tires, a police officer comes up to us and says, where's the accident? And we were like, there's no accident. And the police officer said, yeah, we had a report. There was a car accident with 2 people lying on the ground dead. And it was all we could do to keep a straight face and say, no, we didn't see anything. Somehow the police officer bought it and told us to be careful while we were changing the tire and drove away. And we continued on our way to Steak and Shake or Denny's or wherever we were going. Tony, here's another photo of Tony and Paul Zaleski wearing identical outfits and carrying identical items. I think this photo was captioned, twins separated at birth, you decide. Here's another photo of Tony with some of his prototypes. One year, Sean Fahey invited us out to his place to go through the collection of materials that Michael Mann had donated to KansasFest. And so we were just going through and looking at everything. So Tony made each of us these badges that say A2 Archaeology, peeking into the past to preserve for the future. And each of us that came out got one of these. You know, that was the kind of thing that Tony was always doing. Here's a picture of Tony wearing 1970s hard drive platter on his head. Again, kind of gives you an idea of the kinds of humorous things that he used to do. So in 2015, something happened that Tony couldn't lead KansasFest anymore. And he didn't attend KansasFest for a couple of years. And this was something that was kind of a painful time for him. And privately, he admitted to me that he may never attend KansasFest again. So you can imagine my surprise in 2017 when I got a phone call from him late one evening, and he said he was outside Corker and Hall. You know, the KansasFest committee always said that if Tony wanted to come back, he'd be welcomed with open arms. But that wasn't Tony's way. He wanted to make an entrance that was memorable. So we snuck him in underneath people's eyes in the dead of night at like 2 or 3 in the morning. And then the next day, when everybody woke up, there he was.
I was running a lookout to make sure that, like, if he was going to wake up and go out and say, wait, hold on. Wait a second. He was the one that was like probably going to affect the sneaking in there.
Yeah. So Justin DJ Scott back there just said that the funny thing was that Sean Fahey was snoozing in the lobby, and he was keeping a lookout to see if Sean woke up or not, because if he was going to say, wait, hold on, you know, so that we could keep the surprise. So, and of course, you know, Tony's car license plate was called -151, which is how you enter the machine language monitor. Um, I've got, I think I got a photo here that Javier sent me. Or no, that was the one, prototype 2C that he had sent me. Aside from Kansas Fest, I went out to meet Tony a few times in California and visit him at his home and see his extensive Apple II collection, which truly dwarfs any collection that I have ever seen of any other person's collection. And, you know, he was always a gracious host. I got to meet several of his brothers and sisters on these occasions, and they were all very, very nice people. The other thing, of course, Tony was a pilot, and he would attend Kansas Fest for many years by flying his plane into Kansas City. He was active in the Civil Air Patrol in Southern California, and those kids, those cadets that he worked with were his life. He was very passionate about the teaching that he did with them. He was proud of his cadets. I remember one year he was telling me about a competition that they had traveled to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio, that his team scored very highly in, and he was so proud of them. He liked to take people out to visit In-N-Out Burger in California when you visited him. Another place that he liked to take visitors to was a place called Round Table Pizza. I have many fond memories of that as well. I hope that gives people a little bit of an idea of who Tony was, how he viewed life, how he really cared for the Apple II. And now what I would like to do is turn the session over to any people in attendance, any people watching via Zoom who want to say some words, show photos, whatever, of their own memories of Tony Diaz. We have with us Sean Zabriskie. He went to college with Tony. So I'd like to invite him to come up and yeah,
I would love to display it.
absolutely.
Nothing special, but it's definitely something.
Sure. Sure. Let me give you my address. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's look. Oh, perfect. Don't you?
Does it work?
Yeah.
That's that. It working? Yeah, it's working. I'll just hold it. That's the one. Yeah.
I can turn you up.
Okay. the picture that up there is pretty unremarkable, but there's definitely a story behind it, and I'll get to that. Oops. I'm not going to talk for very long here. It's been a while since I've given a presentation of any kind, any sort of public speaking or anything like that, especially on a topic like this. So I apologize in advance if I fall apart at some point during it, but this is a tough one for me. Anyway, so I met Tony when we were in college in Phoenix, Arizona. And I would imagine it was probably around, I don't know, early 89, maybe late 88, something like that. And how I met him is back then, all of us carried around briefcases. Not many people had backpacks. Don't ask me why. It was just what we did, right? And a lot of guys would have stickers and things like that on their briefcase. And after one of our semesters started, I started seeing this guy walk around with a briefcase, and he always looked like he was in a hurry. And at one point I noticed he had a big sticker with, you know, like the Ghostbusters circle with a slash through it. And it said MS-DOS. And that was in that big slash circle. And at the time, I had been an Apple II user since I was about 13 years old at that point. So it had been quite a few years, and I was definitely still a fan. Had Apple II GS, did all my schoolwork on my Apple II GS. And so I thought, you know, there's got to be something to this guy. I should probably introduce myself to this guy and see what he's all about. So I did. And that was the beginning of a very interesting relationship that I had with him. And we immediately hit it off. He told me all about like who he was, what his experience was with the Apple II and the community. And I was blown away. I'm like, this guy's cool. He sounds like one of these elite guys that I used to read about on the bulletin board systems back in the day, right? I just hooked up with a guy that I always dreamed about hooking up with. This guy's cool. You know, I could probably learn a lot from this guy. I could probably get a lot of cool stuff with this guy. Anyways, so we became fast friends, and we lived in the same apartment complex just adjacent to campus. And I would always go over to his apartment. But the first time I walked into his apartment, I was freaked out. I walked into this place, and as I recall, it was on the 3rd floor of this apartment complex. And the first thing that I saw when I walked in that door was a cabinet of a Dragon's Lair machine. And which Dragon's Lair was, of course, my favorite game. So now this guy is absolutely my favorite person in the entire world, because I can come here and play Dragon's Lair anytime I want. That didn't turn out to be the case, but I was elated. And so I proceeded to spend, you know, probably the next year hanging out with Tony, trying to convince him to let me play Dragon's Lair. And he also had the ROMs for Space Ace. And I would always try to convince him to switch out the ROMs so I could play Space Ace, because I never really got to play that. And during the course of that, as I was always trying to convince him to play Dragon's Lair, he would always be trying to convince me to sit down and watch Spaceballs with him. And he had a laser disc player, as I recall, and there was a box that would sit, it was on top of a cabinet or something. And it was those big laser disc players. And I apologize, I don't know a whole lot about them, but they were these big laser disc players. And he had one in a box, and the box looked just like a pizza box. And it said, "This is not a pizza" on it. And I always thought that was so funny. And I never understood his sense of humor was so odd to me. And you were mentioning his quirky sense of humor. And I didn't get it, because I just didn't have that kind of sense of humor, you know, but we, regardless of all of those things, I had the time of my life with this guy. And even though it was only a year, the impact and the kind of friendship that I developed with him, it's kind of hard to explain, you know. It's one of those ineffable sort of qualities and friendships and interactions that, you know, I just don't know how to describe it. And over time, after college and stuff, we lost touch, you know, probably within a few years. And it happens, right? Time and distance, these things happen. But I never forgot those times. And over the years, I would every once in a while I'd reach out, but you know, those emails often just went into the ether, you know, for whatever reason. And I didn't take it personally. It is what it is. It happens. And then I used to sort of, you know, lurk at the different Kansas Fests and see photos and stuff like that. So I was kind of kept up with him in that sense. I learned what he was up to and what the latest stuff that was going on. And then I didn't realize what was going on with him personally. As you mentioned, it seemed to vanish, and I was always sort of curious what happened there. And then I finally got on Facebook again back in 2020 after the pandemic started, and I found all you guys in the Apple II enthusiast group, and I just had the time of my life, and I started to kind of get back into things, and I was really excited, but I noticed Tony wasn't there, and I thought that quite odd, but you know, again, it was what it was. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, in April of 21, I don't know where that picture. I get a DM from him on my Facebook account, and it's that picture, and it just says, up at the top of it. And this was a package that I sent him after college. I had started working at an Apple dealership, and I worked in the service center. And so I had access to service manuals and things like that. And I don't remember what I sent him in this package, but I sent him this package, and it's got the address of the place where I worked with. It says ATTN Sean Zabriskie. For whatever reason, he saved this box. I know he was kind of notorious for saving things, but I was still, you know, this was 30 years ago, right? And it was my first interaction with him in a really long time. And I have to admit, I was happy to hear from him, and I was relieved to hear from him because I had heard some things that he wasn't doing well. And so it brought me a lot of joy. And we had a very brief interaction, and you know, in his quirky sense of humor, we talked about getting on Facebook and how weird it was because, you know, we reminisced about the BBS days and how odd it was that, you know, social media had become what it had become. Anyways, and our interaction was very brief. And then I got the news a few months later, and you know, I'm just like everybody else here. It just broke my heart, and I just wish that I had a little bit more time with him those last 6 months. And I wish that I could have talked to him about what was going on, but you know, I didn't know. And maybe if I did, I could have helped. Maybe I could have said something, but I will say, to end on kind of a high note, I did get that Dragon's Lair machine that he always encouraged me. He's like, if you want to play that Dragon's Lair, get your own. And so I did. and this was a while back, but for years and years and years I played it, and I always thought of him, and I always thought of our time together, and it made having that machine, you know, just that much more special, you know. It was, I actually sold it just before I moved. I moved just before the pandemic. I moved and I had to sell it, but it was in mint condition. And yeah, somebody had rebuilt it and it was in absolute mint condition. And yeah, so that's all I have to say. And thank you for letting me share. And I hope that my memories of him help you guys remember him, and those who didn't know him get to know him a little bit better, because he was an awesome guy.
But did he ever let you play Space Age?
He did, but I usually had to do something for it. Like maybe I had to buy the pizza, or I had to buy, you know, something. I don't really remember, but I do remember it brought me a lot of grief whenever I would have to approach him to kind of grovel and beg to play it. It made me very uncomfortable to ask, but he was always cool about it. And in the end, he always let me play. And every once in a while, he would set it to unlimited lives, and it was awesome. Anyways, that's all I've got. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you very much, Sean. So who else would like to share their memories of Tony? We've got, Okay, we've got two people on Zoom, and then looks like Dr. Buggy would like to share a couple words. Do we want to do, yeah, maybe we should do Zoom first and then we can, yeah. All right, so who's? Okay, so here's Andrew Rowan from Australia with his memories of Tony. Okay, Andrew.
Hello, everybody. Hello, KansasFest. Hello, friends of Tony. My first recollection of Tony was at the Apple Developers Conference, as it was called back then, in Kansas City in 1990, I think. Tony was sitting at a table with Parsons Engineering, probably pushing the focus drive at the time. I returned to KansasFest multiple times over the years, and each time got to know him a little more. And he started the A2Central.com IRC server shortly after Genie and Delphi services closed down, and that became a meeting point for those of us that were geographically distributed, an opportunity for everybody to come out and hang out online and chat. And it was through that service that I tried to get some Australian Apple II enthusiasts together to meet, initially online and later in person, but to establish some form of community in Australia. And it was because of Tony's facilitation in that aspect that we were able to get that up and going. And it's something that's continued right through to this day, and it's been a massive benefit to the Apple II community, not only in Australia but worldwide, to have that relationship be made possible. The late hours that he kept sort of overlapped with the Australian evening, and as a result we interacted across many years on many different topics. His presence in chat was never a given, but it was not unexpected, and it was always appreciated. Tony had a bot which announced to the channel what music he was playing locally, and as the conversation flowed, his bot would chime in, often with song titles that had some connection with the topic that we were talking about. And as Tony said, there's always a song for everything. Through these announcements, it was apparent that Tony had an affinity for humour. Dr. Demento and Weird Al references were plentiful. And it was through Tony that I gained an appreciation for Al, and I purchased my first album. As various Kansas Fests approached, we discussed how to get there, which resulted in several shared cross-country experiences. The first was a car trip undertaken in a 1950s model something or other. We had the car packed and ready to go finally at midnight, but only managed to drive 100 miles up the road before succumbing to fatigue. Ended up trying to get to sleep in a layover beside I-15 with trucks roaring past and shaking us awake with the vibrations. We could have had a good night's sleep and started early the next morning, but Tony obviously wanted to make a start and get going rather than waiting and potentially getting waylaid by something else coming up. He liked to get on the road and get going, but it took him a while to get ready before he left. Later that same trip, we were spending the night in a motel room and Tony started to work on building his presentation for KansasFest. He needed to cut down something. Perhaps it was a portable computer case. I think he was trying to fit an Apple IIgs motherboard in it or something. And he decided to use a Dremel to do this in the bathroom. The result was tiny black plastic shavings flying everywhere and creating an almighty mess on every surface. Tony found hilarity in the look of horror on my face, and I'll always remember his laugh. I've got some photos here that I'll try and put up now if I can find an option to share my.
I think actually if you could if I could take you off for just a second, I might be able to fix that option. I believe that you do not have that option quite yet.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll take you away for just a second. Okay, try now. I think you should be able to. And if you can't, I will try one more thing. Okay, trying one more thing.
See that.
This will probably also take you out again, and I will bring you right back.
Okay.
Do you have the option now? It would be a share screen button on the bottom of your Zoom interface.
Yes. Okay, got it. Sorry. Here
Excellent.
Okay. There we go. So Tony had a love of flight, and he piloted his own Cessna aeroplane to KansasFest a number of times, flights which were nicknamed A2 Airlines, probably Flight 1 to Kansas and Flight 2 back to California. His love of flight also extended a fascination with space exploration. On our cross-country trips, he made a point about visiting the Cosmosphere in Hutchinson and stayed until we were kicked out at closing time. He went around meticulously photographing every exhibit with his digital cameras, yes, multiple cameras, in whatever maximum pixel capability they could handle. Tony was a curious person. He delighted in understanding how something worked. Taking a computer or drive apart was easy for him. He had a pinball and arcade machine business before he got into computing. Planes, cars, rockets, etc. He knew how they worked. Being able to understand something is one thing, but Tony also had the ability to explain it to others. His many sessions about Apple II technology over many years were a gift to us. We are very lucky to have some of them captured on YouTube for others to appreciate in the future. His collection obviously includes interesting hardware that he delighted in sharing sessions about. And here are some photos about the Mark Twain and Turbo Res presentations that he gave to us in Australia. His curiosity encompassed many topics, and I shared with him Coke cans from here, phone cards, SIM cards, vehicle license plates, cigarette packets with gruesome government warnings. He appreciated that things were done differently in other countries and was always on the lookout for something interesting. 2003 will long be remembered by participants as the first year that was attended. As KansasFest approached, Tony kept the fact that was might be attending as a closely held secret. And despite traveling with him to KansasFest that year, and he had multiple opportunities to divulge the news. He kept a straight face and delighted in watching everyone's reaction at Avila College when Woz arrived in person. It was a major surprise to everybody. In more recent years, Tony accepted invitations to join us in Australia, firstly 2015 in Melbourne, and then in 2017 in Brisbane. And he attended many Woz Fests after those two, as part of those two trips as well. Both times he arrived in Sydney, hired a car, and we travelled together initially before he continued on alone to explore the great Australian countryside. Being from the US, he had some trouble convincing the local car hire company that his license and credit card were acceptable. But after having a collision with a wombat and sustaining some minor damage, his home address in California helped him to avoid a claim when the company later called me to ascertain his whereabouts. There are plenty of shenanigans, but always camaraderie. Tony was a mate, and I'm missing his interactions. And here's a photo of us 10,000 feet above San Diego International Airport in his Cessna. We were doing donuts, taking photos out the side and watching the big planes fly underneath us. It's an amazing experience that I always remember. And unfortunately, I won't be able to have any more with him. But fly high, Tony. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we have one other person in Zoom. Are you ready? Yes. Okay. So this is Paul Zaleski. I will bring you up. Yes.
Hey everyone, Paul Zaleski here. I am stuck in the drive-thru, which would be one of Tony's Weird Al songs. As you're familiar with, he loved listening to Weird Al and other strange music. Very, very humorous music. He was a really good friend of mine, as he was a really good friend of many, many others, and that's why we're here. I met Tony back in 1988 ish, maybe 87, maybe 89. I called up Computer Circulation Center. Back then it was known as Alltech Electronics, and he answered the phone, and I was looking for a really obscure thing. I was looking for an LCD screen for an Apple IIc, and he kind of queried me about why would I want something so obscure. And we got to talking, and we ended up talking for about 2 hours, maybe 3, while he was at work, about Apple II stuff, all things Apple II. And we just clicked right off the bat. He told me about his BBS, the space bar, and I was an active BBSer on the Apple II scene back then, and immediately logged in and the regular caller, future vision nodes for Apple II, and pretty much remained one of those until the very end, as the internet took over and BBSs became less and less popular. He was one of my groomsmen at my wedding, and we did a bachelor party in Colorado. We did a number of things, but one of the things that we did was we rafted on the Colorado River. Nothing crazy. There was only like class 1 and 2 rapids. So we're in these little duckies that held 2 or 3 people.
Hi, 968.
He, as a groomsman, brought me a ball and chain made of a bowling ball and a very heavy metal chain that was designed to wrap around my ankle. So I ended up rafting the Colorado River with a ball and chain wrapped around my ankle. So if I would have gone overboard, it would have been very, very interesting. So that's some insight about some of his humor, which was always much appreciated. A lot of people don't know about some of the other things that he did outside of the Apple II world. Most recently, he was had his own business pretty much running out of the first floor of his house, or the basement of his house. He had his own laser cutting machine, and he built plane parts for remote control airplanes, but not just regular remote control airplanes. He made flying things. So he made things like flying dog houses, like a Snoopy flying doghouse, and things that flew like airplanes but did not look like airplanes. One of his most recent projects, I have a query from him. He left me a message asking for a callback a couple days before he passed. He wanted to replicate a tube in a very old TV, one of these pieces, the old school style TVs that used to sit on the ground as a piece of furniture. And he wanted to know how to cast that tube out of acrylic. So he was always trying to figure out how to do technical things, not just electronic technical things, but many others. So he really had a passion for building things and making things work. So yeah, he's a dear friend, and I really love hearing these stories that other people have that have known him for so long. So thank you.
Thanks. Petar, you said that you might want to step in for a second. Could you raise your hand on your, oh, here, no, actually, I can, on your, on Zoom, so I know which one is you. Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, I'll put you up. You're muted. Yeah.
There you go. Yep. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Yeah, this is Petar Paskarich, and as it was mentioned, I think on Thursday, one of the introductions that basically said that, yeah, I've been around the Apple II world for a long time, but have been in the background on many different things, and that's fairly true. And how it kind of relates with Tony Diaz and how I met him. It was, well, that had to have been fall of 1990 when I was 18 as a freshman at Ohio State University, and just figuring out the whole the new internet and Usenet on the ComSys Apple II news groups and the GS groups and stuff. And my first interaction with Tony actually was over a news posting that I did where I got into basically an argument. I think it was with, wow, I think it was like Adrian Vance over what he was charging for the costs of doing public domain floppies. And back then I was just, yeah, not a big proponent of charging like $6 for a floppy for free software or shareware, you know, and then whatever. But he responded to me, and he actually sent me his phone number, and we talked for the first time. That probably would have been like October of 1990 or so. And ever since then, yeah, just like everyone else is kind of saying, we kind of instantly kind of hooked up and became, you know, good friends, even remotely. And for me, the strangest part was essentially that we have never met in person ever. And I was planning on actually making it out to the 2017 conference. where he was, coming back. And one thing led to another, and doing a work situation, I couldn't make it. So that was a real bummer. But even until about a week before he passed, he actually was always insisting that I was there. And I'm not sure how he got that in his head, but yeah, apparently to him, I was there that night with you guys, but hey, I wasn't. um, but yeah, over the years, we'd talk, whether it was online or I'd call him or he'd call me. And we'd have some interesting conversations about Dr. Tom back then, and all the fun stuff going on with the noise tracker vamps and things. Because he apparently had a really deep knowledge of some of the internal GS sound structures as well. I learned a bunch of that stuff from him. And then we, swap stories about different hardware projects and things. He was also one of my guiding, I guess, go-to guys for internals of some of the design stuff I was doing back then in college, which led to my double E project of doing it was one of the other VGA cards that was supposed to be for the GS, that I basically blew up accidentally 5 seconds after it started working. But he helped me a lot with that project, figuring out how to get some of the bus interfacing to work that I needed. So that was cool. Got a B+ on that project, so I was really happy. And then finally, let's say, I guess about a year before he passed, I came into possession of a Disk 3 Unifile/Duofile, or Apple III Unifile Duofile controller, which basically was Apple's answer for how do you hook a Twiggy to an Apple III. I managed to find a Disk 204 of the actual Unifile SOS driver disk set that apparently was out there somewhere. We're still missing Disk 1, 3, and 4, but there were small snippets of pieces on that floppy that got that to Tony, and Tony had his Twiggy drives from off his Lisa days and stuff. And we were actively working on trying to get a SOS driver built that would actually talk to the Twiggy driver, or the Twiggy drives that he had, and the media that he was willing to put for the project. So that was one of my last experiences with him. And we were working on it literally probably 3 days before he passed, and had many conversations with him while he was at In-N-Out, using their Wi-Fi and enjoying their burgers. So yeah, that was a tough one. And it's like, so I knew him basically since 1990, just off and on. And like others have said, kind of lost track of him for a few years and heard some stories, and then got in touch with him again. But apparently, some things just happen and stick around. But rest in peace, buddy. All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And now I think we're going to go back to Rockhurst.
Dr. Bucky would like to share. Give me just a moment to move the microphone around.
Oh, okay. Is this right distance? Okay. 2 short stories about my relationship with Tony Diaz. The first one is that I totally missed out on the early years of Apple II. I spent 12 continuous years at 2 African universities, the University of Zambia, University of Malawi, teaching over there. I bet they never even had an Apple II at either of those universities. All of their computers were PC clones made in Britain. But then I came back at the end of '89 and was hired at Presbyterian College in South Carolina. And that was a college totally committed to Apple II. I think every department had Apple II, and some of the departments were making a transition to Macintosh. But my psychology department was completely involved with Apple II. So I bought my Apple IIe in the spring of 1990. And I subscribed to the magazines. The thick magazines were actually still in print by then. And Tony ran an ad in those magazines. His business was called Alltech in Oceanside, California. And coincidentally, my oldest brother lives in Oceanside even today. And I bought a 1 megabyte memory board for the Apple IIe, and I couldn't get it to run. And he had his phone number in his ad, so I called him. And the reason I bring this up, I think he spent close to a half hour talking to me by phone on how to get that memory card to run. And that seems pretty unusual for a small business, but I greatly appreciated it. The second story is that I've been coming to Kansas Fest. This is now the 8th year. And I think it was around 14 or 15. I was digging through the giveaway stuff and I found a VHS videotape called the Apple II Review. And I took it home and watched it. The video was produced in '93. And I thought it was pretty good. It was produced by a group called Two Alive. And Tony is on there. And that's 29 years ago. So he would have the young look like everybody else on that video had the young look. I can't remember really what he said, but I know that he is on there. Now, what I did the next few times that I came here, I think probably 17 and 18, I do have the equipment to copy videotape onto DVD discs. And I think I made about 20 copies of that show and brought it here for the giveaway table on those days. Now, I didn't bring any of them this time. I kind of forgot to do it, but next time that we have Kansas Fest right here, I will come with 20 or 30 of those videos because Tony is on there. And I think all of us would like to look 29 years younger, right? Okay, that's it.
Would like to say a few words.
Hi, my name is, y'all can hear me. My name is Ken Gagney, and I knew Tony for longer than I've been coming to Kansas Fest. I was on CompuServe, Genie, Delphi, Syndicom Online. Tony was everywhere. He wasn't only effervescent and ever present, he was a person who was larger than life. Everything he did was big in a way. When he would be at Kansas Fest, I have a 32-ounce water bottle. I think his was 128. It was a massive jug, and I never got to find out exactly what was in there. When he would come to Kansas Fest, as Andrew alluded, he would fly here himself in his own plane. And on the Kansas Fest website that Peter is pulling up, there was a form to let us know when you were arriving at Kansas Fest, like what were your flight details. And there was a drop down for what airline were you on? Delta, American, Frontier. And the very first item in that drop down was A2 Airlines. And you could say that the list was alphabetical, but you could also just say that the list assumed you were Tony, because you've been to any more Kansas Fest than he had. So odds are he was registering for this event. Because he was a person of extremes, you didn't all, I mean, he was passionate about everything that he did. Never mind, Peter, we'll skip it. I know that there were, like, he brought so much to this community and contributed so much. And there were other people in the community who were also passionate. And those passions were not always compatible. There were at least 2 people that Tony banned from ever coming to Kansas Fest. And I think I may have agreed with him on those decisions, actually. but because he was so passionate, you didn't always know exactly which Tony you were getting. I remember one year after Kansas Fest, he was still hanging out he was going to Denver on his way back to California. And I was in Denver with M. McGinnis. And we were like, oh, we should all get together for lunch. And Em and I were like, is this a good idea? We're like, let's go and find out. And we went, and it was great. Tony was telling us that we'd actually just spoken to Tony a week earlier because Em and I were doing the Open Apple podcast. We were doing a post Kansas Fest wrap up session. And in the middle of our podcast, we had a hardware question and we didn't have the answer. We're like, who would know the answer is Tony. So we just opened up Skype. We called his number and he was not expecting our call, but I was like, hey, Tony, you're on the air. And he's like, great, let's talk. And he was just available immediately. He was always happy to help people and talk about the Apple II. Even though he'd been on the Open Apple podcast several times, he had never listened to Open Apple or the Retro Computing Roundtable or A2 Unplugged or any other Apple II podcast. And the reason for that is because he had an idea for his own podcast, A2 Airwaves, and he didn't want to be influenced by anything ever been done before. He wanted every idea that went into his podcast to be completely original. And so although he was always willing to help people, he was also very independent in some ways. Sometimes that was challenging. I was in Oceanside last fall, passing through, and actually last summer, I'm sorry. And I didn't look him up at the time because over the last few years, my interactions with Tony, unfortunately, mostly amounted to unanswered emails. And I missed seeing Tony and having those lunches with him and having him on my podcast and the great collaborations we did have. And if I had known that last summer would have been my last collaboration with Tony, I would have stopped and I would have looked him up. And I'm sorry that I didn't. But I'm really glad for all the years we did have together. And I just wish we had had more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right. Godspeed, Tony. Hope you're flying high.
Thank you. Tony was a huge influence on our community and one of my first introductions to the community as well. We'll be back here after lunch at 1:30.
Hello. All right. We have returned. Let me see if I can. I would like to unspotlight the shared screen. Let's see if I can do that. Okay. There we go. So I think I'm up. So here we go. We are ready to begin. Our next session is Lucas Skarenbroik, speaking about GTE, a graphics engine for the 2GS. Here we go.
Hello, good morning, KansasFest. I'm excited to talk to you today about GTE, the generic tile engine project for the Apple IIgs. I'll be covering the engine itself, some of its design goals, some implementation details about how it achieves its performance and what its capabilities are. We will be showing a lot of demos during this session, so we'll be fairly light on deep technical details and more about showcasing what the engine's capabilities are. So let's start with an overview of GTE and its goals as a project. So GTE, the generic tile engine, it's meant to be useful for supporting many different kinds of games. It tries to expose similar concepts that were used on the consoles of the Nintendo and Genesis era, so mid to late 80s as a sweet spot, and allow those types of games to be implemented in a fairly straightforward manner on the Apple IIgs, while at the same time trying to take advantage of some of the 2GS's unique capabilities to extend things just a little bit. So the goals of GTE are to be flexible, be featureful, and be, quote, fast enough. So by flexible, we mean minimal restrictions. It really tries to work hard that all of the capabilities that it offers can be used together. So you're not artificially limited to say, I can only use sprites if this other capability is turned on or off. The API really does try to be very orthogonal so that you can mix and match different features together. That's not always the case, but it does try to provide a pretty uniform API. In terms of features, we really try to leverage the 2GS's quirks and throw in a few clever techniques to keep things fast. We'll go into those details in a little bit. The biggest unique part of the Apple IIgs that we leverage is, first of all, of course, the ability to map the stack onto the graphics screen. There's been other KFest presentations in previous years on how that works, and I think quite a bit of discussion and documents out there, so we won't be going over any of that in detail. But the one thing that GT really does leverage is, the Apple IIgs has really good sound capabilities. The graphics are weak, but especially for the era, it could address a lot of memory. 8 megabytes of memory back in 1986-87 was significantly higher than a lot of machines then. So GTE really does trade memory for speed, and really and it's really not shy about using a lot of memory in a lot of places. So we'll characterize that later, but if you were to develop a full game around GTE, you're probably targeting a machine with like 4 megabytes of RAM is what you would want to use. And then finally, the engine really does strive to be fast enough to be fun. We're not going to have 60 frame per second scrolling sprites over the screen, but we can be fast enough that it's an enjoyable experience, and we can give enough flexibility that that your game can be scaled to meet a particular performance envelope. Before we jump into the core functionality of GTE and how it works under the hood, I wanted to talk a little bit about the development process around the library itself. I do all of the coding in Visual Studio Code using Merlin 32 as an assembler, and typically run everything under an emulator just for convenience and being able to develop quickly. The content that you're going to see in all of the demos uses the TileD map editor for doing map editing. paint.net usually for authoring the tile sets, and then I have some custom scripts that are part of GTE that takes care of building those assets and getting them into the final project. So what that can look like is in tile D, we work with standard tile maps. So you can see here, this is going to be the map that we're going to see in our first demo. You can see the tile set off to the side, and we really build pretty basic maps in terms of what Tile D offers for capabilities, but it's a very convenient tool. It's very fast to build these levels, and there's other more advanced capabilities that we can use Tile D's features to expose within the editor rather than having them to do them in code. Once a tile map is built, it gets exported as a JSON file, and then that JSON file is what our tools parse into the code. What that looks like is in Visual Studio Code. We're going to take a quick look at one of the projects here. This is the custom script I was talking about that takes care of converting Tile D projects into our GTE code, and what it'll output are files like this. So a little bit of setup code that'll take care of calling the appropriate GTE toolset calls, and then the processed and output tile map in this case. So the tile maps come out, tile sets come out, a few other generated products come out of here as well. So now let's see how this looks when it's actually rendering content on the Apple IIgs itself. So this first demo is very simple. It's going to load in that tile map that we saw before, and here it is loaded up. We'll set the emulator to standard speed 2.8 megahertz. I'll be resetting the speed to 2.8 in all of these demos so you can have a good idea of how fast GT is working. So we can see this is just our full screen play field. We're scrolling along. We have two counters in the top corners. The first is a frames per second counter, and then the second is just counting the number of 1 second ticks. We're not going to get into the details about them, but these counters on the top are using a feature of GTE called overlays, which are meant to be able to provide fixed position status screens and other kind of overlay information on top of the scrolling playfield. So right now the frames per second, it's in hexadecimal, so we're getting about 18 or 19 frames per second full screen. That's because this is pretty much the best case scenario. This is a screen entirely populated with PEA instructions, so it's going about as fast as possible. GT does allow us to redefine the screen size even on the fly. There's a bunch of predefined sizes that we can reduce down and see how the performance increases as we reduce the actual size of the screen. So I've gone down here. This is a playfield that is the same size as Raston, and you can see we're getting now about 25 or 26 frames per second. So it definitely is starting to smooth things out. If we go down even further to something like the Game Boy Color size, we can see now we're actually exceeding 30 frames per second for this size. So pretty good, and that really kind of establishes the baseline for GTE's performance. So that showed the basic functionality of GTE, but it can do much more. As we add more features to the playfield, we will get slowed down, but one of the major design goals of GTE is that we try to only do the necessary work so that users of the tool can be selective on the features that are used in order to balance their performance against visual effects. There can be four major ways that tiles can be rendered in GTE, and these are marked by the purple circles on the slide here. They can be solid blocks, that's shown at the bottom here. That's what the previous map was. It was 100% solid. We can also have dynamic tiles, shown on the left here. Dynamic tiles can be updated and share a data source. So updating one tile will be reflected in many tiles on the screen. We can have a secondary background tile shown at the top, which is in a background layer behind the primary background. And then we have tiles where there's overlap. It's mixed foreground and background content. So let's talk about how each of these major modes work and see an example of each of them. Let's talk about dynamic tiles first. Dynamic tiles read data from a direct page location and push it onto the stack. They're set up in a way that multiple dynamic tiles on the screen will read their data from the same memory location. So if that memory location is updated once, that change is reflected in all of the on-screen tiles. This is implemented by using a direct indexed instruction to load the data and then pushing it onto the stack. We use this sequence of 2 instructions because they are exactly 3 bytes long and match the 3 bytes that a PEA instruction takes up as well. The X register is set at the beginning of each line, and it is fixed for that line. However, each line points to a different direct page offset. GTE uses a total of 8 pages of bank 0 memory, 1 page for each horizontal line of the target tiles, and can support up to 32 dynamic tile slots. Okay, let's see dynamic tiles in action. Here we can see the same map that we started with on the first demo, but we've added many dynamic tiles to the map, and we were animating them at 4 frames per second. Notice that the animation speed is independent of the frames per second. If I increase the emulator speed, the animation remains consistent. These animations are being driven by a GTE timer, which provides 1/60th second tick resolution in order to drive animations in a way that is independent of the machine speed. If we reduce the size of the playfield, as we did before, you can see again the frames per second increases, but the dynamic tile animation remains consistent. Dynamic tiles can be used in another way as well. Here we have a map from the NES game Metal Storm, and if we scroll to the right, increase the speed to go a little bit faster, we come to this area where we can see a parallax effect in the background. This is actually still using one layer, but we're cleverly using dynamic tiles in order to simulate a parallax effect on this level. Let's take a look at the TileD data for this to see what's going on. If I switch to the Metal Storm tile set, you can see here all of my repeated tiles. And notice that the tiles here, which are the primary tile IDs, are marked as animated tile sets. This tells GTE that these tiles should be allocated within the dynamic tile memory. So we just saw how dynamic tiles can provide a pseudo parallax effect, which is nice, but we'd like to do better. So let's talk about supporting a second full screen layer. There's a lot of reasons for it, but the way GTE implements this is that we allocate a second background layer in a high bank of memory, and then use the data bank register to reference that data from within the blitter. We use a indirect indexed instruction to load a data byte and then push it onto the stack. The way that the data is updated is we need to have the ability to independently scroll the second background in relation to our primary background. The way that works is that when the background layer, the secondary background layer, needs to be scrolled horizontally, the values on the direct page are updated. We only need to update 80 values on the direct page, even for full screen scrolling. Similarly, when vertical scrolling needs to be changed, we go through and patch out a new address for the Y register on each line. So again, for full screens, this would take a maximum of 200 writes. Let's take a look at the full screen background in action using this technique right here. So in this demo, we've taken a level from Super Mario World. The code field is using either PEA instructions or the indirect index instructions to get data from the second layer. As you can see, we do have two layers, and as we scroll along, they are moving independent of each other, giving us a true parallax. However, there's lots of jaggies around these diagonal lines because right now we're limited to only 16-bit writes. A 16-bit value has to either be wholly in the foreground or totally in the background. And then there's no way to blend them, and it really, in my opinion, doesn't look very good. So the problem is that in only 3 bytes of code, there's no way to do a mask between the foreground and the background. And this limitation was really one of the main reasons why I put this project down so many years ago, because I didn't have a solution. But now we do, and we'll see how that works. So when the foreground does not have a fully transparent word, we use what GTE calls snippets, which are small areas of code that have a one-to-one mapping to each word of each line of the code field. This is actually really similar to the technique that Oliver Schmidt talked about with his audio decoding, where there's a lot of specialized routines, and just by knowing which routine you're in, you know where you have to go next. So there's no subroutines here. Everything jumps to an absolute address, and because it came from a unique location, it can always jump back to the next instruction in the code field. So what do those snippets look like? We have 32 bytes of memory to work with, so it's plenty of space to do a standard load, mask, or data in, and then push the data onto the stack, and then finally jump to the next word in the code sequence. There's obviously a lot of complexities and subtleties about how this is actually implemented, but let's take a look at how it looks in practice. So we can see here immediately it looks much better than what we saw before. So here we have per pixel, parallax scrolling, everything is masked appropriately, and everything looks visually very good. So now we've seen all the different ways that tile data can be rendered onto the graphics screen. So now the image that we looked at originally makes a lot more sense. Each of the different tiles are rendered with a different 3-byte code sequence. The mixed tiles, which require more than 3 bytes of code to implement, use a jump instruction to jump to the special snippet areas in order to have a more complex code sequence in order to do their work. These 4 different types of tile renderers encompass pretty much all of the different ways that GTE can get tile data onto the screen, and wraps up how the backgrounds are implemented. So let's take a look now at how sprites work in GTE. Sprites are very difficult to do well in a general way. They are really inherently slow to implement, and to make them fast means sacrificing the generic part of GTE. So currently the way sprites work is we do not use compiled sprites. All sprites are using small bitmaps, and they are rendered by copying data onto the screen. What GT does do is it splits up the sprite processing into 2 different parts. First, when a sprite is defined, a sprite stamp is created. These are pre-rendered sprites with the different horizontal and vertical flipping bits defined. Then when a sprite is drawn to the screen, the way it works is the sprite's intersection with the different tiles is calculated, so we know which tiles need to be updated with sprite data. The sprite's relative position within those tiles is then used to determine the address offset within the sprite stamp. And then finally, the data from the tile set is combined with the data from the sprite stamp memory to create a pseudo tile, which is then rendered as if it were a regular tile. The advantage of this is we get clipping for free because the sprites are rendered into the code field, not onto the screen directly. We also get the ability to apply some effects because we're dynamically blending the sprites with the tiles before they get written out to the screen. And also we don't have to worry about flicker because only the data as it will appear in the final form is ever written to the graphic screen. So we don't have to play around with any sort of shadowing. So now let's take a look at how sprites look on our demo levels. So here we have our first level, except now we have a sprite in place. As you can see, our frames per second is still maintained fairly well. As the sprite goes along, we have a basic walk animation, and this is implemented by switching out the sprite stamp that's applied to a given sprite on different frames. So there's only one sprite, but then we're cycling through different stamps in order to provide the animation. I also wanted to call out that GTE is written to be very interrupt friendly, so tools like NTP are able to work just fine. So here's a mod that I converted yesterday and brought over, and as you can hear, it plays just fine and has a fairly minimal impact on the frames per second as we're playing along. Also, I mentioned that having the sprite stamp and the tiles being generated on the fly lets us do some special effects. So here I borrowed some fence graphics from the Super Mario World tile set, and I can walk in front of them, but the tiles in GTE also have a flag that marks them as high priority or not, and high priority tiles render in front of sprites. So again, we sort of have this pseudo layer effect going on without needing to implement a full second background layer. And this is done at the tile level, so all sprites would be rendered behind this particular graphic. Now that said, the priority bit for the tile store is a dynamic property, so whether or not sprites render in front of or behind a given tile can be changed on the fly as the map is being drawn. With the time that we have left, I have a couple more demos that we're going to just rapid fire through to demonstrate some advanced capabilities of GTE. So this demo right here, you may not have noticed in the first example, but the background has the same 1 byte scrolling limitation as the foreground. However, this is an example where we have an alternate background layer, and as you can see as we scroll along, the background actually has per pixel scrolling going on. So for every step that the foreground takes, the background also moves, but it moves at half the speed. This flicker right here is actually the boundary, that there's a boundary effect when I'm flipping the different backgrounds. But the way this is implemented is we use a second data bank and then dynamically change the data bank register depending on what the address offset is. And so if the graphics are created more carefully to avoid this kind of glitch, then you can have an even smoother second background than you do with the normal parallax scrolling. The next demo shows how we can do scanline effects using GTE. So because all of the screen is rendered line by line and we have independent independent data being set up for each row, the X registers and the Y registers, we can change them on the fly to provide offsets and also animate those offsets. So for the exact same cost that we normally would have in rendering the background, we can apply these kinds of animated effects. And finally, you may have noticed in the description that I gave about how sprites work that essentially sprites use a dirty tile type approach. Well, what happens if we just use those dirty tiles and draw them directly to the graphics screen rather than into the code field and then execute the code field? In that case, we can achieve 60 frame per second updates with multiple sprites on the screen. In this case, the background is drawn once and the tiles that are dirtied are the only thing being updated on the screen. We still preserve some things like tile priorities, so the sprites can still go behind foreground elements, and we can dynamically switch between dirty updates and full screen updates in order to have the kind of page-based scrolling effect that a lot of games have, and then maintaining near 30 frame per second performance for the screen that you're on. And then finally, we can do interesting things with our background. So loading the background where we use the index indirect instruction, that is essentially doing an addition of the value on the direct page and then combining it with the Y register, loading data, and then storing it. Well, one interesting thing that you can do is rotation is actually something that can be decomposed as the sum of two independent functions. So with a very clever set of table values, we can bring in a background and rotate it at the exact same speed that we would be doing normal parallax scrolling anyway. And because these are just table-based values, we can even do things like increase the scale of the background and decrease the scale of the background as well. This is a very recent addition to GTE, and it still has some work to be done in order to make it a more robust feature. But we're definitely looking to continue to push GTE in the direction of supporting more and more of these kinds of advanced effects where it makes sense. And with that, that concludes the presentation on GTE. Thank you all very much, and I look forward to answering all of your questions.
Great, thanks. And you are here, right? Yes. Okay. So I will put you up for the question period. I think I almost did it. I think we've got two people doing it at once here. Thanks.
All right. Yep. Everything seems to be working. Yep. I'm here if there's any questions.
I saw that you were answering a couple of the questions on the fly as the talk was proceeding. You might repeat maybe some of those if nobody asks any new ones.
For sure. 1 second here. I seem to be stuck in full screen mode. All right, answer, there we go. So there was a question of whether GT supported higher resolutions of the second sight card. The answer is unfortunately not. Everything in GT is based around the built-in graphics modes on the 2GS. So super high res modes only, and obviously it targets 320 mode right now rather than 640. Is looking too. There were a couple questions on the Discord.
Hello there. This is Dave Slaughter at Corcoran Hall. Just wanted to say, as a fellow developer, this is absolutely amazing. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate the kind words. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Okay, any other questions?
Oh, there we go.
Corcoran?
Yep, I see one here on a thing. So one question was whether there's support for collision detection. The answer is kind of. Right now, the engine tracks sprites on a per tile basis, so that information is being tracked internally, but not. I haven't exposed it yet outside, mainly because I'm not sure whether the granularity of detecting collisions on a tile level is particularly useful or not. I know just from reading various sources, like a lot of Nintendo games, they have their own collision detection methods and they don't really rely on any sort of a generic built-in collision detection, but it's something that could easily be exposed if it's useful. And a question from also on Discord, is the tile size variable? No, actually the first iterations of GT, I looked at making it variable. So like 8x8 and 16x16 tiles, but that just ended up blowing up the number of combinations that the engine has to support. So I've settled on just a consistent 8x8 tile representation for all tiles within the engine. And there was a question on how much accelerators help in terms of frame rate. They help a bit because there's so much writing to the graphic screen where things get throttled to 1 megahertz. You know, having a zip in there, you get probably, you know, 40 to 50% of a frame rate increase over stock. So it definitely helps, but it's not like you're going to get, you know, 3 times the frame rate by having an accelerator in there.
Okay, great. I think we maybe should move on to the next session. That just the Discord channel will continue to be there. Thank you. That's been very interesting, amazing. I am not used to looking at the 2GS code, so it looks amazing to me from a non-GS perspective. But so yeah, now we'll switch over to Rockhurst for the next session.
Thank you. Next up is James Lewis. Inside of the Apple IIgs is the Mega 2 ASIC. This 84-pin PLCC is called an Apple IIe on a chip. After learning about it, James Lewis, also known as the Bald Engineer, decided to see if it could function as an Apple IIe compatible computer when removed from the 2GS. In this hardware-focused session, he explains the almost 2-year project. Highlights include how the Mega 2 differs from the Apple IIe, how little its capabilities are used by the 2GS, and a brief look at a potential bug in its decoder logic. Spoiler, there is a demo of the Mega 2 computer booting and running 2E software. James?
Thank you. New spoiler, I didn't get to the point that I thought I was going to be, but I do have cool demos, just not as cool as I thought they were going to be. One other note, I make a joke in the subtitle. I didn't actually reverse engineer the Apple II. There's tons of great books about it, and like learning that understanding the 2E is coming as a reprint is really exciting to me because I would love to have a paper copy. I was just trying to make a Dr. Strangelove joke. So I'm positive I'm going to run out of time. And so I need to give thank you to a number of people. I've actually been live streaming this project for almost 2 years. The archive is well over 400 hours at this point, and there are a ton of people who have helped me. Most of the people here, are names listed here, are people that I think might be watching or eventually see this. They hang out in the chat. They help me with a lot of things, and they're usually my rubber ducks. So I just wanted to make sure I said thank you to them at the beginning so that I can rush through the self-promotion at the end. So about 6 years ago, I got an Apple IIgs because I wanted to learn more about the Apple II. I'm very much a hardware guy. At the time, I was repairing a lot of another 6502 based computer. You guys might not have ever heard of it. It's something like Commodore or something like that. And I had vague memories of the Apple II as a kid because it was in my classrooms. And I remembered the 2GS. And so when I decided to learn more about the Apple II, I got a 2GS for obvious reasons. Turns out I couldn't remember how to boot, reset. I didn't know what PR #6 was. So I needed to learn. And I started with the hardware technical reference, which is where I found the chapter on the Mega 2 IC. And I loved the sentence that said, except for the central processor and memory, the Mega 2 incorporates logic circuitry for all the major functions of the Apple IIe on a single chip. And I immediately thought two things. One, oh, that's how the 2GS is backward compatible. And two, I wonder if you can take it out and make an Apple IIe. So spoiler, number one is false, and number two is true. Now, at the beginning, I was naive and thought it was going to be as simple as desolder the chip from the board, put it into a breakout, hook up RAM, ROM, and a 6502, just like the previous page said, and we boot into a computer. Well, I didn't know what I didn't know, which turns out a whole lot. Now, technically, one minor note, I did in that step, in the very first step, I was able to actually write assembly code and fetch stuff and the Mega decoded addresses correctly. So technically, it did do exactly what I thought it would, except I thought I was going to get to an Apple prompt with just like 4 parts connected to it. And that's not at all the case. So let me walk you around the Mega really quick before I show you some of the things that I learned about it. So starting off, there's address lines for the CPU or 6502 side. There's address lines for the DRAM side, just like a 2E. There's a main data bus and an aux data bus. And if you know anything about the Apple II architecture, then you already know what those are. The first set of signals that are unique to the Mega 2 is what I call the S bus. And these connect to a chip called slot maker. Slot maker is what allows you to select between internal and external devices. It buffers the clock, and it has a couple of other functions, curiously, which we'll talk about later. And then we get to RGB 8421, which is a parallel or word tokenized version of Survid. And Survid is the same thing as Surout on the 2C and the 2E, even though it doesn't actually come to a pin on the 2E. You might notice, well, I already said what it was, but I just want to point out it's called RGB, but it's 8421, and RGB is 3. I'm not a mathematician, but I know that those aren't the same. But basically, it turns out it's a 4-bit value that is the color of the screen on the Apple II. And I'll explain why that was actually really awesome later. There's some memory signals, which nothing special. There's clocks. The one comment I'll make about the clock, the Mega takes in a 14 meg clock, and then it generates the 7, I always want to say it's the Q3, which is 2, CREF, and the phase clock, which is interesting because it gets the 14 meg clock from the 2GS's VGC, which gets it from a 28 meg clock, which is why I often say, even though the Mega 2 isn't responsible for backward compatibility, if you take it out of a 2GS, it will not boot. Then we get into some signals that are kind of mixed in terms of 2E and Mega. The first one is MSW. This appears to be some kind of manufacturing test. I haven't actually figured out what it does yet. When I do, I'll write it up. And then I talked about Survid. Next would be M2 Select or Mega Select or Mega Enable. This actually disables the decode logic of the Mega 2, which I find super interesting for a part that was originally intended to go into its own computer. It makes me think that somewhere between the 2C and the 2GS, the design of the Mega 2 had to change because I can't figure out why you would have this in anything other than the 2GS. The CYA or FPI, depending on which board you have, disables the Mega anytime address decoding happens, which is why I say this doesn't actually have anything to do with emulation on the 2GS. The only thing the Mega does is the video modes. Everything else is either in the CYA or the 2GS's ROM. The other clue is that ROM enable, which I call ramen, and then I call phase 0 faux, and everybody on my chat gets hungry. ROM enable is not connected to anything on the 2GS. Window is unique to the Mega 2, and I'll explain what it does in a little bit. It's a video related signal. And then we have X and Y, which is for the 2E mouse that I've done nothing with yet. Paddle trigger is probably something to do with, I don't know, hand paddles. Speaker, I learned yesterday, is going to do a whole lot more cool stuff now that I know about all the things we can do with sound. And then K-Select 1 and 2 stand for keyboard select, I believe. I found it interesting that there's 2 of those signals. Now, in the first revision, I made 3 separate boards, one with the Mega and the RAM, and then on the bottom is a 65C02 with the RAM. Let me try that again. The 65C02 with the ROM, so those 2 are connected together, and then the Mega board connected to a video board. The video board is a direct copy of the 2GS's video circuit. In my grand scheme, I had planned to make HDMI out a requirement of this project. At this stage, I just wanted to know, could the Mega boot? So I decided not to mess with anything related to video and just copied this circuit. It captures the RGB 8421 signals from the Mega and then converts it, the VGC converts it into a binary value. And then there's a DAC and a traditional analog circuit that creates composite video. So for about the first year, everything I did was with composite video. So this, eventually we got this pile of wires to boot to something that looked like this. And there's two takeaways. First is, it was after this point, I realized I was supposed to be using the enhanced 2E ROM, not the unenhanced. And the way I finally figured it out is Merlin's character set is messed up with the wrong ROM. But this was the unenhanced, didn't have anything to do with this problem at boot. If you think back to the set of boards I just showed you, there was a key thing missing, and I sort of forgot in terms of 8-bit computers, it's a super key thing because they sit on the data bus, and that's the keyboard. There's nothing driving the keyboard when the ROM goes and hits C1000 or C010, the two soft switches that deals with the keyboard. So eventually it crashes. Well, not actually even eventually, it's pretty much right away. So how am I going to handle the keyboard? Now, I have no disrespect to retro computer projects that use PS2 keyboards, but I'm sick and tired of using my one PS2 keyboard on all these projects. I want it USB. I said USB, USB, USB. So how are we going to get from USB to basically the 8-bit Apple bus? While those boards were getting manufactured, I spent some time looking at the Apple IIe, because by that point I realized the Mega had very little to do with the 2GS. It's an Apple IIe. So I thought maybe I should learn how this circuit works. So basically you've got a microcontroller that scans the matrix, it addresses a ROM, and then the memory controller, or MMU, will use a signal to enable that ROM whenever you hit C1000. It outputs whatever the addressed value is onto the data bus. There's some magic that the IOU does to, one, determine when C010 happens and track whether it has to clear the high bit or not. But the takeaway is there's two key signals, KBD and, I probably should do that since people can't see, KBD and key ready. The Mega had two signals. So, first, just to set something up. So I had to find something that could respond to that KBD signal. This is a logic analyzer trace. In the orange box is the enable signal, and it's enabled for roughly 400 nanoseconds. Initially, I thought I could just use a microcontroller and an interrupt, and then in the interrupt, I could output the value. Problem is, most microcontrollers can take on the order of microseconds. And so I needed something that could respond fast enough that we could respond to the fact that there was an interrupt, put out the correct value, and then get back off the bus. So I settled on a Pi Pico. This is the microcontroller board that's kind of like Arduino-like from Raspberry Pi. On it is an RP2040. So why would I pick this microcontroller out of all the possible options? First is they only cost $1 for the chip, $4 for the board. The second is that it can be a host for USB HID. Third is they're available, unlike every CPLD and FPGA out there. And the fourth is, and this was the real reason, they have something called the PIO, not platform IO, but programmable IO. So inside of this chip are two ARM Cortex M0 pluses, which is fantastic, great cores, blah, blah, blah. What I care about is they also have a thing called the PIO modules that can control the GPIOs. You can use the GPIOs like you would on a regular microcontroller, but the PIO is an independent state machine that runs completely separate from the processor. And it can respond within tens of nanoseconds to actions on its pins. So it's basically, you get 32 instructions, you got a memory of 32 instructions out of a 9 instruction set that is basically meant to be a way to do protocol communication. And so we bastardized it to simulate or to replicate the behavior of the IOU dealing with C010. Now, this code is actually from later in the project. I didn't have what the code was at this stage. I just wanted to show you that this is kind of what the PIO code looks like. It's a bunch of assembly-like instructions. It's really fun. By the way, if you want to get into like assembly and C-level coding, the RP2040 or Pico is a fantastic platform for it. It's like best of both worlds. Modern 32-bit stuff, assembly programming with like virtually no memory. So I just wanted to show this real quick. So over on the C side, on the Cortex core, we have a function that writes to a FIFO, and then the PIO gets that value from the FIFO. That's the key press that we want to process. The PIO handles arbitrating everything on the Apple II bus. The really awesome thing is it responds to output enable or keyboard in less than 60 nanoseconds, which is twice as fast as the original ROM. Now, coming back to this, the Mega had 2 keyboard signals. The 2E had 2 keyboard signals. So I, being the fantastic engineer that I'm not, I thought these must be the same. Hint, they're not. However, they worked close enough that I could get the Pico to drive the data bus during the keyboard access and get to a stable prompt. The problem is I couldn't type anything. Either I got ignored, we would crash, it would repeat, it wasn't working. And after some analysis with the logic analyzer, after some analysis with the logic analyzer, I started thinking about this. I'm like, wait a minute, this kind of really, it scratched my brain. Everything else on this chip is 0 based. Why did they start with 1 on case select? Hint, they did not. Turns out, for completely obvious reasons, which I'm sure I don't need to explain to any of you, the missing keyboard signal comes from the slot maker chip. I have not figured this one out. So to connect to Mega, you have to connect over this 6-bit bus. I call it a bus, but I actually think they're like all enable signals, but let's call it a bus in order to get K-select. And then once you have that, then you have the 3-bit K-select bus, so you know when C0, C01, and whether nothing is happening. The problem is, at this stage in the project, I had to now remove a slot maker, connect it with those 6 wires, plus it also needs all of the clocks, which it buffers for it buffers it for the slots, but I didn't know if it needed it for anything else. Power, blah, blah, blah. And at this stage, now this is what Rev 1 looked like. This boots, this worked. And this was like the 3 boards, the Pico, and then my 2 logic analyzers all plugged in so I could see what the hell was going on. But every time I made a change, it was like 5 to 10 minutes of trying to figure out which wire I lost. So it was time for a new approach. In Rev 2, I went a slightly different direction. I decided at this point, I knew the Mega 2 could boot, and now it's going to be a matter of how can we figure out all the Apple IIe functions with that chip. So I designed it as a backplane system. And then on the backplane, there's a one connector that has all the address and data lines, one that has the clocks, and then one that has all the control signals, plus a couple others I thought would be interesting, like K-select. On the right, you can see I designed a plug-in board or a new controller board, which was the Mega RAM, ROM, and CPU. And then what plugs into the right of that is the video board, which early on was still the composite video board, the only thing that survived from revision 1. To plug into the slots, so to speak, were a keyboard board our keyboard interface up in the upper left, which was based on the RP2040. On the right was the slot maker board. And then on the bottom, an example of an IWM board. So my 2E computer will have an IWM because I'm kind of useless without it, right? I mean, it's not 1980. I'm not typing everything into BASIC every time I want to do something. Now, the one part that I think was the most clever, like I feel like I've done a lot of things, but I think this was the most clever thing I thought of, is on that backplane, I laid out the connector for the address and data bus so that my digital discovery could plug directly into it. No more fly wires, significantly made debugging easier. This was, like I said, I think of all the cool things that we've done in this project, that's probably the one that I'm like, hey, that's the coolest thing. And it took 0 effort, right? Okay, so I don't actually have a ton to talk about on Rev 2 because it sort of came up just with your typical hardware debug stuff, except for every once in a while, we would get these random crashes and they were repeatable, but they weren't always happening, but they were pretty consistent. So for example, if BitsyBuy was loading, it might crash during ProDOS, but it would always crash when it would try to access slot 3. AppleWorks would crash right before it asks you for the date. Frogger was the one that was the most repeatable because when you hit D to define keys, that's when it would crash. And so it gave me a place to trigger on the logic analyzer to try to understand what's going on. So I'm searching through the ROM. So the address line is the top orange, bottom orange is K-select. I'm searching through the ROM trying to figure out what's happening around this time. My thought was we're hitting a C switch the Mega doesn't know about and everything freaks out. Or soft switch. I call them C switches. I know they're soft switches. And then I just happened to notice that K-select was kind of toggling around when it shouldn't be. I thought that was interesting. At first, I thought it was because the digital discovery is really meant for 3.3 volts. So its threshold is like 1 something. And so any noise in a 5 volt system shows up. Looked at it on a scope. It was very clear for 1 clock cycle of phase 0, we were getting a glitch on one of the lines of K-select. What was frustrating about that is it was happening at addresses that were not C000 or C010. This is the bug I talk about because I don't think the Mega is supposed to do this. I think this is supposed to be a gated output because it doesn't always happen. And it's something about once we start talking to the disk drive, this starts happening. And so I'm not sure what's happening in the logic that allows for this. Now on the 2GS, there's a keyboard glue chip that actually qualifies K-select with the clock signal. I didn't do that in my PIO. One drawback of the PIO is it's not state-based. It's pretty much asynchronous. And so if you want to detect when something goes from 0 to 1, you have to wait for it to be 0, go to 1, and then have a jump condition to go back. And at this stage in the project, I have a 32 instruction memory and I have 32 instructions in it. So I don't have an option to really do a software thing. But I put on my WAS hat and said, you know what? I've already got a buffer chip that does the voltage translation anyway. Let's just turn that into a latch. So on revision 3 of the Rev 2 keyboard interface, I put in a latch, it data qualified the signals, fixed the problem. I could have probably fixed it in software, especially with help of my friend that cleaned up some of this, but it was like, we'll just put a latch, we already have to have the chip anyway, so we'll just make the chip more useful. The only problem I really had at this point in Rev 2 is that we were still using the analog controller board and I really wanted HDMI. I was planning to use the HDMI controller or transceiver from the open source scan converter project. And after a couple of days of working with it, I decided I didn't want to spend a lot of time figuring out another chip that I don't have a data sheet for. And yes, I know you can download a data sheet for the ITE 663, but it's not the programmer's data sheet. It's basically like the electrical data sheet. There's nothing in there about what the registers are. So I decided we would go with BGA instead. The reason why is because we found a library for the Pi Pico, and I figured, hey, this way we can use a known working software library, a interface that's relatively available today, and then we can focus on how do we get that video data from the Mega 2. So remember I mentioned the window signal? This window signal actually hints to the VGC when the border can be drawn, which I find super interesting that the Mega tells the VGC when that time frame is. I don't quite understand why the VGC doesn't do it, but I don't care because, no, I didn't. So window is inactive during vertical blank, which makes it super easy to detect because I just wait for it to be inactive for like a millisecond and I know we're blanking. Normally you would look at sync and sync does this weird inversion thing and I didn't want to figure out the code to do that or build a circuit for it. So we got our vertical blanking information from the window signal. Remember I said RGB is a 4-bit value. So it's not obvious on here and I don't have a really good example, but Servid, when Servid comes out, there's 4 bits of Servid and then 4 of those 4 bits, RGB 842 is a certain 4-bit value. That's the color that Servid represents. And I did find a table somewhere and I need to go back to my notes and find out where, but basically what I learned is if I clock in the RGB values on the 14 megahertz clock, I get 1 pixel for each clock. The really cool thing is it doesn't matter what video mode the Apple II is in. My video hardware doesn't care because it gets the same number of pixels every single time, which I also find interesting about how the Mega 2 does it because there's no graphics signal. There's actually nothing coming out of the Mega 2 to tell me what mode it's in. All I get is this bit stream that never changes. Oh, almost never changes. Now, what we ended up doing is RGB window and 14 meg goes into one core of one PIO and gets processed by one core of another RP2040, shared through a frame buffer, into another core, or the second core running the Pico VGA library. And then that outputs the signals that turn into VGA. Just for reference, that's what the board ends up looking like. You can see the RP2040s blurring in the back. Okay. Let me show you what I'm doing. Now, this is pretty much the setup that I have on the table up here. The only differences are I'm not using this keyboard. I don't have a floppy drive. Instead, I'm using a floppy MU, and I'm not using a VGA monitor. So actually, this is almost nothing like what I have up here. But the Mega hardware is the same. It's literally the same Rev2 hardware. I've got the controller board, slot maker, my keyboard interface, and IWM. And so what I'm going to do, and then I'm connected to the VGA board through VGA capture. Okay, cool. And I have a feeling if I try to make this full screen, it's going to mess up. So I'm just going to leave it the way it is. And then let me make sure my keyboard's on. Turn it on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This time the beep didn't work. That is hilarious. I have no idea. Okay. I know what it is, but I can't fix it. I'll break something if I try to do it. Okay, so alien downpour boots, just to show you. So I'm using a wireless USB keyboard. And then, yeah. Now, I'm going to do really poorly because there's about a 500 millisecond delay to the capture hardware, and that's totally why I'm not good at this game. Okay, let's do demo number 2, which is going to be harder because of the screen, but we'll make it work. All right, so since I'm using a modern keyboard, we don't have the reset key that you find in the Apple IIe. So anyone guess what I did instead? Control Delete. So this time I'm going to load AppleWorks. I'm only going, well, yeah, we'll just get to the title screen just because I want to show that it's actually loading in 80 column mode. Like I said, I'm nervous about trying to make that bigger because I'm having, it seems like it messes up with my video. But that's my basic demo. So games work fine, AppleWorks works fine. I'm very happy with the way that Rev2 works. I don't like the way it looks, but I'm happy with the way it works. Nope. Okay, so revision 3. I was going to make a joke, but I'll wait till after we're done recording. So for revision 3, what I wanted to do was combine everything into a single board. That was my original plan. With each of these revisions, the goal was to learn something more about the design so that I could get to this final design. And so I literally just took all of the blocks of the prototype boards that I built, and I've only shown half of what we built for this, and combined them into a schematic. And on Saturday of last weekend, it looked like this. So it's got the Mega, a slot maker, an IWM. I didn't populate the DB19 yet just because I have a small number of them, so I want to make sure everything else is working before I waste it. I didn't put the game port on it yet because my joystick doesn't work anyway. So I did add the green LEDs that you see near the bottom of the screen. There's 2 sets. One is the upper 8 bits of the address bus, and then the bottom are the annunciator pins. And then over on the right, you see there's a sad face. Turns out somebody who will rename nameless wired the EEPROM to always be disabled. Don't know why I did that, he did that, but so I tried to bodge it, and then my EEPROM programmer stopped programming the EEPROMs for some reason, and I haven't figured out what's going on with that. Out of 50 attempts, it programmed the EEPROM twice. And now I have 15, and I kept cycling through them, and it just fails. And I have no idea why. And one time it'll work. It reads them fine, but it won't write them. And then I did another bodge and another bodge, another bodge. And then I got to a point where I had to get in the car and come here. And so I think we're really close. The good news is this board, it's acting like it should if the ROM isn't there. So like if I put a blank ROM into the Rev 2, it works just like the Rev 2 works. So I suspect most things are working. It's just that I don't know how to give it a brain yet. So what's next? This is actually the first 3D print I did to see what it would look like and get an idea of it. There's probably been 4 or 5 iterations of it, but it is this size. So that's the size I'm going for. This Rev 3 board will fit inside of it. My target was to make it fit on top of a 5 1/4 inch floppy drive, but it's slightly bigger. So first thing I got to do is get the EEPROM working. Then I need to finish this case. And then I've got to make a video for Element 14 Presents. So I did a video on the first part of this earlier this year. Now I'm going to do one on this version of it. Got some more EEPROM stuff or RP2040 stuff to work on. The one thing I do plan to do is take all of the notes I have and create a faux data sheet for the Mega 2, because that's the one thing I wish I had throughout this entire project. It would have made things so much easier if I knew what most of the pins did. So that's always been in my plan, is to take all my notes. And in fact, even in doing this presentation, I had to go and refer to stuff because I've already forgotten what stuff does. Like it just, because I didn't care about some of it. And then some other things. Oh yeah, actually, because of yesterday's FujiNet demo, I am going to try to get SmartPort working. It was not working the last time I tried to shoehorn it into the ROM, but now I have a motivation to really get it to work. So one thing to let you guys know about, if you need 8-bit vintage or just vintage computer schematics, I do have a repo on GitHub called Bit Preserve. In fact, all the schematics you saw except for the red, actually I didn't show them. So there are schematics for most of the Apple II computers. The person that did the 2GS schematic hasn't finished it yet, but the others seem to be done. If there's my quick comment on this is, if you've ever wanted to use KiCad and wanted to understand how to use it, don't know how to use it, basically grab a PDF of a schematic, redraw it, submit it. It's a great way to learn how to use KiCad. Like I mentioned, I live streamed this, so if you want to see it, Friday mornings, Sunday nights, I'll be working on it for a couple more weeks. With that, thank you.
Thank you. That's fantastic. Do we have any questions from Rockhurst?
Hi, I'm Ron, longtime listener, first time caller. I wanted to ask you about, because I've been following your project for quite a while now. I know that the Gemini 2, that you had kind of looked into that for a while. I guess the speculation was that was sort of like a bug fixed version of Mega 2 or something along those lines, because that was what was ended up being integrated into the Apple IIe option card for the Macintosh. Would you maybe, if there's anything really to say about, other than just scarcity on that other part, why the Mega 2 was the focus instead of maybe looking at some of that other stuff?
That is a great question. It was Ron.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question, because I have an excellent reason for it, or answer to that. At least I think it's excellent. The Gemini. Okay, so in the Apple IIe expansion card that goes into the LC Max, the chip on that is called Gemini. And if you look around Gemini, you'll see an IWM, a 65CO2, a PROM, which is actually, I think, for the Mac. The ROM for that chip actually comes over the bus, I believe. And there's also a 558 for the game port. And then in the middle is Gemini. So from everything I can tell, Gemini is a follow-on to the Mega 2. And the primary reason I decided not to focus on the Gemini is because it already works, right? There's already a card that you can use today and boot Oregon Trail or whatever you want. The goal of this project was to determine, did the Mega 2 actually work? Because the 2GS doesn't use most of its functionality. And until I did my Element 14 video, I didn't know that the Tiger Learning Computer existed, which was a market test product. So technically, that's probably the first standalone computer to use it that we know of. But does anyone have one, right? And it didn't run Apple IIe software. And so I didn't doubt that the Mega 2 didn't work, but it occurred to me, why did they call that chip Gemini? Why wasn't that chip called Mega if it's just a Mega? By the way, I didn't get into it, but actually on Tuesday, right before I drove down here, I found out that there's actually 2 versions of the Mega 2 chip, and they don't work identical. The video signals are slightly different, and I don't know why yet. And so early on in the project, my suspicion was, what if the Mega 2 never worked? What if that was the reason it ended up in the 2GS? Or when it was decided to cancel whatever the follow-on to the 2E was going to be, what if they never finished it? So that's why. Yeah.
Thanks. Any other questions from Rockcross before we turn it over to the online folks? Okay, Andy, what questions are coming in online?
Okay, we have 2 questions. First one from Brian K. Is this Mega Apple II like an Apple IIe reloaded board with mods?
So, it's similar in concept to like a reloaded board, but I have no intention to productize this. In order to build this board, you have to take chips out of a 2GS. There's no other source for the Mega 2 or the slot maker. You could get away with not having the IWM, but I don't think from a practical perspective, this makes much sense. Unless you have a 2GS with a battery bomb board, then why would you put this into something else? That doesn't preclude an idea for a follow-on project where we could do something like that, but I don't intend for that to be this case. My goal was to do this project to see if the Mega 2 would work and kind of leave it at that. So my hope was that other people wouldn't have to destroy computers to find out what I found out. And so far, if I put the chips back, my 2GSs still work. So.
Great. Okay, question number 2, again from Brian K. Do you have a GitHub page for this project? And if so, could you post it in Discord?
It's already posted in Discord, and it was the QR codes. But yeah, if you scroll to the top of the Discord, it's listed there. And it's for the most part up to date, but yeah, I don't know if, yeah, it should be up to date.
Great. That's it for online questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 2:45 to hear from Chris Kenaway about super high-res graphics. We have a small delay. We'll be right back.
Okay, sorry about that. We're going to do a quick schedule change here and reverse the two talks that one was now and one was next. So the next talk will be Charles Mangan talking about the learning machine, in which Charles Mangan attempts to demonstrate the fundamental tenets of machine learning with an Apple II. So Charles, I think, is here and here out in the universe. If you turn on your camera, I will bring you up in my stead to Charles as who I was speaking. Oh, I see. Okay, actually, I misunderstood. I thought he was going to be ready, but maybe he is not. 1 second, we will consult here.
continue to have a few technical difficulties, but rest assured, Chris Kenway and Charles Mangan are coming up shortly. Sorry about that.
Again, we apologize for the delay. We're going to queue up a little 4.5 minute Apple II video. We played this a couple of years ago. I believe the graphics were created with the program Fantagraphics. So let's go ahead and try this.
And we should be about ready to go in about 5 minutes. So we'll be here soon.
Two minutes to go.
Okay. we're ready to recommence. Sorry about the delay. So we're going to shift this schedule in order to accommodate this. But so the next speaker up is Chris Kenaway, talking about super high-res graphics, and I will start that now.
Hi, I'm Chris Kenaway, and today I'm talking about super high-res graphics. So I grew up with the 8-bit Apple II line, and that's really been my first love, especially as I've got back into the retro computing hobby. That's really where my interests have lied. I've thought a lot about the 8-bit Apple II graphics modes, and last year I wrote an image converter for double high-res, something called 2pix, which I presented at KFest last year. And then in December, I got sort of nerd sniped by 4am into seeing what could be done for the Apple IIgs graphics modes. So the result of that work was that I updated 2pix to convert super high-res images, and that's what I'll be talking about in the talk today. And this is now used in Total Replay for the box art. This is really my first real in-depth look at the Apple IIgs. And I've never actually written a 16-bit 2GS program. So I'm not going to talk in detail about how to actually use the Apple IIgs graphics modes, except for the memory model. So the 8-bit Apple II graphics modes are famously very complicated to work with. They have a non-linear frame buffer, which means that the sequential scan lines on the screen are not sequential in memory. The way colors work on the 8-bit graphics modes is pretty hard to deal with. It's fundamentally a 1-bit color mode, and all the color actually comes from what's called artifact color, which essentially means the position of the pixels on the screen. And I gave an explanation of this last year at KFest. And for the double res graphics modes on the 128K Apple II line, adjacent pixel groups aren't even in the same memory bank. So this is all super annoying, especially to program with, to write applications that use it. And fortunately, the 2GS made things a lot better for graphics. So it added what's called super high-res graphics. And the memory layout of super high-res is much simpler. Firstly, everything is linear in memory, so sequential horizontal lines on the screen are actually sequential in memory. Within each scan line, we have 160 bytes of pixel data, and that's 1280 bits per line. And this pixel data is interpreted according to two auxiliary tables in memory. The first is called the scanline control byte, and each scanline has one of these scanline control bytes associated to it, and this selects which of the 16 color palettes to use for this line, and it tells how to interpret the pixel data for the line. So in more detail, the scanline control byte directs the 2GS whether to display this line in 320 or 640 pixel resolution. There's an ability to generate an interrupt when the line is redrawn, and this is useful for things like animation, so you can update the graphics display without having tearing from racing the beam. There's something called fill mode, which is supported in 320 mode, which means that the zero color is special, and it means take the color for this pixel from the pixel to the left. And this is sometimes apparently useful, from what I understand, not as useful as you might think. And finally, it selects which of the 16 color palettes should be used to provide the pixel colors for this line. So we can see there's already a lot of flexibility here. There's not just such a thing as 320 by 200 mode and 640 by 200 mode, because we can mix and match the resolution on a line-by-line basis. And we can also select which of the 16 color palettes to use on a line-by-line basis. One of the tricks that was discovered fairly early on is that you can even update these color palette mappings as the image is being drawn. And this is what's called 3200 mode, because if we're updating the color palette on every line, we have up to 200 effective palettes, which gives us a total of 3200 colors. So apart from the pixel data and the scanline control byte, the third memory table we have is the color palettes. So there are 16 of them, and each of these contains 16 entries of 16 bits each. And those 16-bit values, well, 4 of the bits are unused, but then the remaining 12 encode the RGB value for that particular color. And so this is why we have 2 to the 12 or 4096 possible colors for each of the palette entries. So let's look at how we can then map the pixels to colors in 320 mode. Each scanline has a total of 1280 bits, and in 320 mode, these are interpreted as 320 4-bit values. So each pixel is obtained by successive 4 bits in this pixel line, and those 4-bit values give a total of 16 possible indexes into the palette table that the SCB selected for this line. That means that for each of these 320 pixels, we have 16 possible colors, and these are chosen independently from this particular palette. So here's a diagram showing this in practice. So these are the pixel bits in the pixel table, and they're grouped into 4. So the 0 pixel is given by the first 4 bits, and here I've shown the value 0110 in binary, which is 6, and that means that this pixel is rendered with the RGB value coming from entry 6 in the palette table. So in 640 mode, the scanline is a bit more complex. So here, the color of each pixel is given by a 2-bit value instead of a 4-bit value, and that means that there are 4 choices of color for each pixel. Here, the 16 entry palette table is reinterpreted as 4 subpalettes, each of 4 colors. And each of these 640 pixels is mapped to one of these 4 subpalettes according to its x coordinate, so x mod 4 essentially. So this means that we still have 16 distinct colors per scanline, but each pixel only has a choice of 4 colors, depending on its x position. So here's a diagram showing that. So again, we have the pixel bits, but now they're grouped into pairs, and each of these 2-bit values is indexed into a sub-palette within our 16 entry palette table. So for x values 0 mod 4, we're limited to this particular palette here, and so here in our example, we've chosen entry 3. And similarly for the next pixel, that's chosen from the B subpalette here. And so these 4 subpalettes are striped vertically across the screen, A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. So I'm not going to talk more about 640 mode because it's more complicated, and I didn't look into image conversions in that mode yet. But let's look at converting an image from a modern machine, which is typically going to be a 24-bit RGB image, to be able to display in 320 by 200 mode on the 2GS. So the first thing we have to do is to downscale the image to the right resolution, and that's straightforward. But then there are 2 hard problems we need to figure out. Firstly, for each scanline in our image, we need to somehow select which of our 16 color palettes we want to use for that scanline. And then for each of those palettes, we need to somehow pick the 16 12-bit RGB values that we should use to best represent those scanlines in the source image. So there's a lot of steps I'm omitting and a lot of details here to get this to work well. But those are the 2 core problems that we have to solve: mapping the scanlines to palettes and then choosing the color values for each of those palettes. So let's look at the first one. So the problem here is we only have 16 palettes to choose from, and we need to cover all 200 scanlines in the image. So how do we decide which palette should we use for a given scanline? The simplest thing we can do is just to use a single palette for the entire image, and this is what some previous image converters did. And that's a computationally simple approach to take, but it obviously gives up on a lot of potential because we're limiting ourselves to only 16 colors for the entire image, out of this theoretical maximum of 256. So the next simplest thing we could do would be to use a brute force approach, where we look at all the possibilities of how we could do the mapping and then pick the best one by some metric. And so in my past work applying modern computing hardware to optimize 8-bit Apple II graphics and sound, I've got an awful lot of mileage from this approach, which is a testament really to the power of modern hardware compared to the scale of the problem that it's solving. In other words, the 8-bit systems are usually simple enough in their degrees of freedom that doing a brute force approach is computationally feasible. But let's see how that works here. So each scan line has a possible 16 choices of palette, and there's 200 scan lines. Yeah, so we're going to have to find something smarter here. So if the brute force approach isn't going to work, we need to look for some heuristics that's going to simplify the problem space. So one observation we can make is that typically an image is going to have similar colors on neighboring lines. So if you imagine, for example, a landscape image, then we're going to have a region of sky where it's probably going to be a blue color, and then we're going to have a region of land at the bottom, and somewhere in the middle that's going to change, but successive lines are going to have very similar colors to them. So one thing we could do is to assign each color palette to a contiguous range of lines in the source image. So something like this, for example, where we have, let's say, lines 0 through 19 mapped to palette 0, and then 20 through 39 to palette 1, and so on. And this approach can work reasonably well, especially if you tune these boundaries to match the particular features of the image you're trying to reproduce. But it tends to produce banding at these boundaries here, and that's because the different palettes are going to have different colors in them. If they didn't have if they were exactly the same colors, we'd just use a single palette, and you tend to notice that difference visually. So after a lot of experimentation, this is the approach that I landed on, a sort of iterative approach to producing the image. So to begin with, we need to pick some guess for how we might map the scan lines to palettes. And something that turns out to work pretty well is to use sequential palette ranges, but actually to make them overlap a little bit. So we map an overlapping sequence of scan lines to palettes. And this tends to smooth out some of the banding effects that I talked about. So secondly, we need to somehow pick the best color palettes for this particular mapping, and I'll hand over that for now. But then supposing we've done that, then what we can do is to update the mapping of scan lines to palettes by picking the best palette for each scan line. So in other words, now that we've picked our color palettes, we might find that one of the other 15 of these palettes might be a better fit than the one we chose previously. And so we can update our mapping and then repeat. We can refit the color palettes using the new mapping, and so on. And if we're evaluating our progress using some quality metric, then we can tell, is the new image better than the last one? And if so, we can keep iterating until we hit some limit where we no longer see any improvements. This takes care of the first of these problems of scan lines to palettes. We just need to figure out now how to choose the best palette for a set of scan lines. So now for each of the 16 color palettes, we've chosen which of the 200 scan lines in our image we want to use for that palette. We can take the set of pixels from those lines and treating them as 24-bit RGB values. This gives us sort of a cloud of pixels in this RGB color space. And now we need to choose 16 RGB values to use for our palette. And furthermore, these need to be 12-bit RGB values, not 24. So we can use here the fact that 12-bit RGB is a subset of 24-bit. For example, if we have a 12-bit value which is given by these three nibbles ABC, then we can extend that to a 24-bit value by just repeating things A, B, B, C, C. And here we have to be careful about the exact color spaces we're using to make sure that we're using the right mappings. But once we've taken that into account, then we can embed the Apple IIgs color space inside a 24-bit one. And so now we can rephrase the problem that we want to pick the 16 points in this 12-bit subspace that best characterize a cloud of 24-bit pixels. So what does that mean? Here's a picture. So what I've shown here is I've taken a set of points from some image, and then I've graphed them as in three-dimensional RGB space, so that the coordinate axes are given by the red, green, and blue color values. And we can see there's some structure here. There's clusterings of different colors. And our problem is we want to pick 16 points in this color space that best characterize that cloud of pixels. And furthermore, we want them to be 12-bit values, so we can think of that as being constrained to lie on these grid lines. So not just an arbitrary point, but something which is constrained to lie on this this subgrid. So that still seems like a pretty complicated problem. So how can we solve that? Well, the approach that I found to work was to use a technique from machine learning, something called k-means clustering. And well, I won't go into the details of the algorithm, but it's relatively straightforward. But it's essentially the problem that we have. Suppose we have some number of points. We want to partition them into a smaller number of clusters, here 16 clusters, such that each cluster is best characterizing the points, which means minimizing some total squared distance metric. And the animation here shows that a simplified version here, where suppose we wanted to pick 3 values that best describe this set of points. It's an iterative approach for estimating what those characteristic points are. So this approach turns out to work pretty well. So here's an example of an image converted using this approach. The source image is on the left, and then the right-hand side is showing a 320 by 200 Apple IIgs super high-res image using this algorithm. So here's an animation showing the progress of image quality through successive iterations of the algorithm. And so you can see there's the appearance of some artifacting in intermediate stages, but the end result is fairly good. I'll come back to some of these image artifacts later when I talk about the limitations that the algorithm has. So here's another example. Again, the quality is fairly good, but you can see if you look carefully in the background, there's some artifacting that happens where this is the limitations of only having 16 color palettes to work with. Sometimes the best we can do is to sort of dither the color palettes back and forth on successive lines, where we alternate palette 1, 2, 1, 2 or something like that. And you can see sort of these horizontal striping that happens there. This is my favorite of the 3 images. I think this one turned out pretty well. But if you look closely on the legs, for example, you can also still see some of this banding that limits the quality. Talking more about some of the limitations of the approach. Firstly, the quality metric that I'm using, which is just some total squared error metric, doesn't always strictly match how the human eye sees the image. And so sometimes you might find that there's an image which is technically lower error according to this metric, but it has some sort of visual features or artifacts that make it less pleasing. And so you might find, for example, that an intermediate step in the processing actually has looks better to the eye. One other feature is that it's not a deterministic algorithm, which means that if you run it again, you might get slightly different results. And this is something you can actually make use of if the image quality isn't what you want. Sometimes if you run it again, you'll get something better. We've seen some examples of some of the artifacting that can happen where we dither the palettes across successive lines, and this can be sometimes noticeable. One thing that you find in practice is that in most cases the image is unable to make use of the full 256 number of possible colors, and usually you can get about half of that, and that's just because we have this fairly major constraint that we don't have 256 independently choosable colors. We have 16 per line, and then a choice of 16 palettes for each line, and so you'll often need to pick the same color in multiple palettes in order to match the image. So everything I've talked about here has been in 320 mode. It should be possible to extend this to the other 2GS graphics modes. Supporting 3200 mode should be fairly straightforward because it's a much less highly constrained problem. If you're able to effectively choose a unique palette for each line, then we don't have to worry about one of the hard steps that we had to deal with. And this should avoid most of the problems we see in the image banding as well. So this one should be a fairly straightforward extension. Dealing with 640 mode, it seems more challenging because there's the extra optimization constraints from the fact that we have 4 sub-palettes that we have to choose within each of the 16 palettes. And so that's a more highly constrained problem, and it makes it harder to produce images of similar quality. The flip side of that is that this might potentially be an opportunity given the right algorithm. If you're able to solve the optimization problem effectively, then perhaps you can get much better image quality than people are used to. But so if you want to look at the state of the art of 640 mode image conversions, then Fat Dog on the Apple II Slack does amazing stuff with 640 mode image conversions. So I'd invite you to check that out. So here's a link to the source code if you want to play with this yourself or look at some other image conversions that I've got up there. So thanks very much, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. I'll put you up here. Okay. Yeah. So I don't see any questions yet in Zoom. Are there questions in the Discord?
Not that I've seen. So
I think you may have been answering some of them as the video was going. Let's see.
Yeah, happy to follow up later. Otherwise, oh, sorry, there's a couple in the Q&A. Can I post the GitHub link? Yeah, certainly. I'll post that in the Discord in a few seconds. Can I explain again how I avoid banding? So this is basically a way. So the algorithm it starts out by assuming, well, what if we start by assigning sequential image lines to the same palette? But then once it's fit the palette, it might say, well, actually, lines 2, 3, and 7 better fit some other palette, and so that it ends up sort of interleaving them successively and then refitting with that new mapping, and that tends to smooth out the banding effects that you see, because it will sort of naturally try and smooth away the discontinuities that you have if you just have sort of one palette than the next. So the cost of that is that sometimes the best you can do is that you have to sort of interleave, swap palettes back and forth, and then you see sort of one color, slightly different color, one color, slightly different color, as like single line banding in the image. But you at least avoid typically the big sort of patch of light, patch of dark that you can get if you just sort of do the simple approach. If that didn't make sense, then we can follow up on the Discord. I can point to some images that sort of show the features I'm talking about.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions coming from anywhere? I'm scanning around
Somebody
myself.
had a question about a program called XV on Unix. I haven't heard of that, so it's possible they independently did the same thing. But yeah, I have to look into that and see what they did.
Hey, this is Dave Slaughter at Rockhurst. I was taking a look at your GitHub page, and I want to thank you for making this as easy as possible for people to adopt. I see that you have the Python requirements.txt as well as usage and installation instructions. So thank you for being very thorough about that.
You're welcome. Yeah, that some of that was fairly new. I think it was a little bit tricky in the old version to get the dependencies installed, but yeah, I certainly would like it to be as easy as possible to use. So if anyone has any trouble with that, then just drop me a line.
Great. Okay. It looks like I see people typing, but I think they're pointing out like how to find XV and so forth. Okay, well, thank you very much. Sorry about the delay in the beginning of your talk there.
No problem.
Okay, so we will move on. Okay, so the next talk, the one I sort of almost introduced before. I did introduce, but I will reintroduce. This is the next talk is Charles Mangan talking about the learning machine, and he says he is ready as he will ever be. So I just need to find him. I guess actually, let me just bring him on the screen here. Okay. Okay, here we go.
All right, so I'm talking, and are people hearing? I don't know. I can't tell.
Yes, I am hearing you. I think I can't put you up until you turn on your camera.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not going to turn my camera on. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen.
That will probably work. If it doesn't work, let me enable you to do that. Okay. Okay, you should be able to do it now.
Okay. All right. Going to try and share my screen, my external screen, desktop number 2. There we go. All right. And I do have sound as well, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. And
okay,
share and okay. Can you share desktop number 2 and sound? And is it sharing now?
Yes. Okay. Looks like things are about to happen. Okay. About ready to go.
All right. Okay. So it's trying to share my screen and all the rest. Okay, great. Let me get my presentation. Alrighty. Okay. So I will try and be as quick as I can because I know that we're a little bit behind schedule, but I do have an action-packed. Yes, I have an action-packed presentation for you. I don't have any of the chat windows open, so if anyone has a question that is pressing, can someone cut in on the voice and ask me, like if my voice, if my video or something cuts out, because I can't see anything other than my video right now.
Okay, will do.
Okay, so greetings, programs. This is Teaching an Old Platform, New Tricks, the learning machine. Thanks, as always, to my opening acts for warming up the crowd, Paul. The goal with today's presentation is to cover a little bit of the background and demonstrate some of the fundamental concepts of machine learning, obviously using an Apple II, because that would be appropriate for this crowd. I promise that it won't be too technical, but you may actually learn some new words, especially if my demo crashes like it was doing up until about 5 minutes ago.
So send the kids into the other room if things start to go wonky. To start with, we're going to start down to the dawn of electronic computing, some of the first attempts at what we would call machine learning these days. The 50s and early computers are full of references to electronic brains, and Birdie, the brain, was one of the first. Birdie wasn't actually a programmable computer, but it was purpose-built. Just tube logic to do one thing and one thing really well. Essentially, it's a hardwired logic tree search type algorithm, able to play a perfect game of tic-tac-toe. It was built in Toronto by Joseph Cates for the Canadian National Exhibition in 1950. And I think every computer should have a logo at least this cool, and companies should be named things like Rogers Majestic these days. It's been a while since we've had such cool stuff. The Birdie the Brain was intended to demo the invention at the time. Cates' invention is called the Additron, hence the tube there, which is a single tube that contains multitudes. Able to do binary math all in one tube without having to, using about 1/10 of what was necessary otherwise. So Cates, the inventor and builder, would stand around the demo and adjust the difficulty. So kids and, as you can see here, Danny Kaye could win the game. Otherwise, it would play perfectly and you'd never be able to win. It's not really clear how it was adjusted. My guess is just the difficulty was how many branches down the tree the logic was able to work at any given time. Birdie, unfortunately, was dismantled after the 3 weeks of the expo and then scrapped. But ultimately, the Additron, the tube, came too late to be overshadowed. Otherwise, it was overshadowed by the introduction of transistors a few years later, mostly due to the glacially slow pace of international patents. The Additron was never really widely adopted. Then came actual programmable computers like the Electronic Delay Storage Automatic Calculator, EDSAC, built in England at the University of Cambridge in 1952. The electronic delay storage of the name comes from the fact that it used mercury delay lines from memory. It also displayed the contents of that memory and operating status on CRTs, little round things from radar readouts. Military surplus, of course. One of the things you can barely see here, displaying the program OXO, not actually named that by the author, who was Alexander Shepto Sandy Douglas, who wrote it as part of his thesis on human-machine interaction. But that was how it was labeled on the paper tape when it was stored. So OXO became sort of the de facto name for it. The human player controlled OXO or OXO with a rotary dial, and that's not a rotary encoder like you'd have on a stereo. No, a dial from a telephone. So you would dial 1 to play X in the upper left-hand square, and so on. This time the logic was actually programmed instead of being wired up in Additron tubes and whatnot. But essentially it was the same. It was always played a perfect game because it was basically just doing a logic tree. So we fast forward a few decades, but nothing interesting happened in the 70s anyway. Right. We come, of course, to the pinnacle of artificial intelligence. That is the Whopper computer. And so there's some sound here. We'll just warn you in case your headphones are up too loud.
It all flows into this room and then into what we call the Whopper computer.
Whopper, what is that?
It's a War Operation Plan Response. This is Mr. Richter. Paul, would you like to tell these gentlemen about the Whopper?
Well, the Whopper spends all its time thinking about World War III. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, it plays an endless series of war games.
Roll credit. We all know how well that
Put X in the center square.
No. Particular run into artificial intelligence ended.
6 up.
There's no way you can win that game.
I know that. It doesn't. It hasn't learned. Is there any way to make it play itself? Come on. Learn, goddammit.
And teaching a computer to learn, goddammit. The inspiration obviously came from Whopper and War Games.
It's drawing more and more power from the rest of the system.
One of the first games taught how to play. Because
Okay,
it was
so actually, this might be a good time for me to break in. We couldn't really hear you talking over the audio of the movie, but the movie's audio sounded quite good. But your microphone has been quite distorted, as if it was having bandwidth trouble. And I don't know if that's an audio chain issue. I don't understand why War Games sounded good, and you sounded like you're on a bad Wi-Fi.
okay. Well, let me switch very quickly to a different input. So give me just 1 second.
It's possible that this will help because it was interesting but challenging to follow before.
Okay. Oh, I see. My Zoom audio interface should be coming in through there, and Zoom's on.
I had suspected that it was just your Wi-Fi or something, but then suddenly the War Games audio was clear.
No, it's probably in my Bluetooth headphones, and now, of course, I can't find my Zoom meeting window. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's over on the other screen. And
I am suspecting that this is probably worth it, just because it will make much of the rest of the presentation more listenable, even though we're burning some time here.
okay, how's this? Is any better?
Fantastic. That is so much better. Excellent.
Oh, it's
Thank you
fantastic.
very much.
Okay, great. That's the advantage, of course, of using Bluetooth headphones. Okay, so if you can still hear me.
Yes, we can.
I will get back to my presentation. There. So Whopper, of course, is a fictional computer, but it does demonstrate the sort of the leap in concept from artificial intelligence as a misnomer for predetermined logical routine. Suddenly, the machines and even real machines were making changes to their own routines based on the result of previous iterations. So they were learning machines, hence they were creating machine learning, and hence the subject of my talk today. One version of machine learning, and there are several different approaches, but the one that comes to mind most often is supervised learning. It's called supervised because someone human generally acts as a teacher who already knows what the answers are that they want from a set of questions. So classic example is something like character recognition, something humans can do perfectly well, but computers could do faster and more efficiently if only they could be taught to read. So we start with an algorithm. It could be something that's already almost doing what we want to, or completely random noise, and anywhere in between. It really doesn't matter at this point. So we run a set input through the algorithm, and then we see what comes out. We know what we want the algorithm to do, but it doesn't match up. Womp womp. So we make some changes to the algorithm until the output matches our expectations. And then we test it against different inputs. But other than, there we go. But other than by blind luck, how do you create an algorithm that actually works? This is your first vocabulary word for the day, meta-heuristics. Meta-heuristics are the algorithms or approaches used to generate and evaluate solution algorithms in machine learning, hence meta. So they're algorithms that generate algorithms.
So if you've heard the term genetic algorithm, that is a specific meta-heuristic approach for machine learning there, or for generating anything really. But there are others. We'll save those for another day. So back to our original algorithm. Computers are generally bad at many things that people are good at. But one thing computers are good at is repetition, iteration. Oh, sorry, where'd my algorithm go? There we go, iteration. Doing things over and over again without getting bored or distracted, or thinking about barbecue again for dinner tonight. Where was I? Right. What we do is we take one algorithm and generate a bunch of sort of random algorithms instead, and then we'll test them all against the problem that we're trying to solve. So this that problem that we're trying to solve is the fitness function. And so the most fit individuals are chosen to survive to the next generation. You're starting to understand why it's called a genetic algorithm yet. The survivors then are combined in a variety of ways to make another generation of individuals to test. These all inherit characteristics from the parents, hopefully characteristics that made the parents good at solving the problem. They also typically include some random element or mutation that makes each individual different enough to potentially be better than its parents at the fitness function. So this repeats over and over. Remember, computers are good at repeating things and iterating things. Until finally we find an algorithm that generates the desired output for any given input. So that algorithm, once trained on labeled and already solved inputs, should also be able to perform the same task, hopefully, on unlabeled inputs. So things that we have not yet already solved as people. That's the goal, obviously. So where's the Apple II in all this? When do we get to the 8 bits that really, that really matter? I give you Hamilton. Helping an Apple machine intelligence learn tic-tac-toe, or not. So Bertie the Brain, EDSAC, Whopper, and a bunch of other early machines, they all played tic-tac-toe, so I thought Hamilton should do the same. I know everyone knows how to play this game. It's only, a few thousand years old. So the board is 9 squares. In my representation, each square is represented by a byte. And so if X occupies the square, the high bit is set. If O occupies the square, the low bit is set, just because those are easy enough to test in rapid succession. And then when Hamilton takes his turn, 2 things happen. First off, the current state of the board is sort of condensed and represented as a snapshot in 3 bytes. And then the empty cells that he can choose from for his move are given a potential score of 0. And how does Hamilton generate his turn? How does he choose? Is generated by one of those algorithm candidates that we started with in our hypothetical. Each of these candidates is 16 bytes or 128 bits, and those feed into an existing a function I call a sieve, because it sort of filters through all these different bits. Some of the bits are turned on, some of them are turned off, and that is that starts out as basically random noise in the first generation. So then the sieve function iterates over each bit in the candidate, and if a bit is on, that location that it's that the bit is in the candidate, the location gets turned into a pair of numbers, 8 by 16, and then dropping the lowest bit, I get 2 octals, so 1 through 8, and then using those 2, I choose. I basically choose from a menu of pre-built operations that are part of the algorithm. They will either combine the snapshots bytes or modify the cell's current score, basically uses the current score and the snapshot as inputs for an add or a subtract or EOR or exclusive or that sort of thing. And this way, each candidate essentially generates a different scoring algorithm function as a pair of operations per bit, and it either does them or doesn't. So with 128 bits, and there's obviously going to be bound, lots of collisions with, an ASL on an LSR end up with basically no change. There's about 340 trillion possible combinations. So that's 2 to the 128 that we can iterate over. So that gives us plenty of space to find a perfect solution to our game. So we repeat this for each of the available cells. And then for each of the 3 bytes of the current snapshot. And then we do the 2 operations with the snapshot byte and cell's current score, put the result into the cell as a cumulative score, and then the virtual player gets to choose the highest scoring cell, and so on. And that happens for each turn of each game. And so how does it actually look in a real emulated Apple II? Ta-da! Here is the glory of the interface for Hamilton. And this is what it looks like when it's actually running. And this is showing you the actual score of number of games that X is won versus O. Hamilton always plays X, but X and O take turns going first. So very often I'll see that and this is it on turbo speed. So jam through all those iterations much more quickly. Instead of supervised learning, Hamilton is an example of what's called reinforcement learning. So instead of training individual algorithms on a set of inputs with expected outputs, the fitness of a generation of algorithms is determined by how well it plays a tic-tac-toe game against a standard opponent. So who is he playing against? This is this guy. This is tic-tac-toe dummy simpleton version 1.0. Runs a very basic strategy, doesn't have any logic for blocking a potential win. So if there's 2 X's in a row, it doesn't automatically take the blocking square. Doesn't take advantage of an instant win. So if there's 2 O's in a row, it doesn't know to jump in and win in that turn either. It's not much better than really picking a cell at random. And yet it wins a lot, still wins remarkably a lot of time, especially against early generations in the iterations for the candidates. So specifically, it starts with we start with a randomish blob of 128 bits. And then we make 15 more randomish blobs. I say random-ish because, pure random, not a thing. Each one of those plays as X against the simpleton opponent playing O, and they take turns about who goes first. And they play 256 rounds. If I set it, crank the difficulty all the way up. Why so many rounds? Because simply because the O opponent includes enough randomness about which cell it picks. Like if there's more than one equally good choice, it will pick amongst the corners or the sides. It'll always go center first, but then it could pick any of the 4 corners. So it gives the algorithms an opportunity to play against slightly different games each time. So the candidate in our generation performs best in its round of 16. It survives into the next round and then becomes the seed for the next generation. It's moved into slot 1 and then copied into the remaining 15. With each copy, some slight mutations happen. Bits get flipped here and there, things get shuffled around a little bit. It's not a purely genetic algorithm in that it's not combining multiple candidates like the first example. So it's more of a, like an asexual reproduction as opposed to combining multiple chromosomes and whatnot. It does evolve a bit more slowly, and so it requires lots of iterations, and I mean lots. So over and over and over some more. Takes a long time. Even running Virtual 2 at full speed, so that's at the turbo mode. On my machine, it's a virtual 80 megahertz Apple II, which would be pretty nice. And then optimizing by turning off the sections that actually draw the board, draw the graphics. A candidate that keeps winning eventually gets to retire. So if a candidate wins for, I think I have it set for 128 times in a row, then it gets to retire, takes an Amtrak down to Boca, and then it gets saved to disk and we start over. To get one decent candidate at 80 megahertz, that emulated speed, it takes a few minutes. But to get enough such that we have a good pool for a tournament of champions, deciding the machine learning tic-tac-toe grandmaster, that often will take overnight, several hours. So that's how we get to the main event. And so this is, let's see, is it frozen? Yeah, okay. So this is Hamilton in all his glory. And once I put the disk image up online and you get to this point and you think it's broken, it's not doing anything, it's because it's waiting for you to press a key and looping over a little, just iterating over a little random seed so that each time you run it, you'll get a slightly different end result. Otherwise, every time you play, the pseudo randomness will always be, will give you the same end result. So this is actually playing on my Twitch stream. If you look in the Discord chat, there should be a link to that posted in the Learning Machine channel, and that has been playing for, I don't know, like 7-8 days on Twitch, and it's running a slightly earlier version of the same code, so it's a little slower, but in essence, even after 7 or 8 days, it still hasn't come up with enough good survivors to fill up a full roster of 256 champion level candidates. I was able to start with 16, however. So let me get this guy, control F12, there we go. And I will run the Tournament of Champions. And what this is doing is taking the results of the Hamilton, the one that you just saw, and running only those candidates that have won 200 times or more in their generations. They basically beat all of their own descendants for 200 generations or more. They get saved, they get retired onto a disk, and then pull the disk in, and that gets to run the Tournament of Champions. So this is the Tournament of Champions, and because there's no randomness, it didn't have to wait for the randomness. And because each of these is doesn't require any randomness, the tournament goes really quickly because it's only doing best out of 5. So each candidate plays against each other candidate. It's a single elimination, double elimination. I'm kind of shaky on the terminology, but the end result is the one algorithm to rule them all. Once this is done doing its thing, and I think I may have actually set it to just keep looping over and over again. So that is Hamilton, and the Apple II machine learning demonstration for today. And look, I did it in, what was that, 26 minutes?
Excellent. Very nice. I also have not been watching the questions. Are there questions? I ask to the audience. Are there any in Rockhurst?
All right, so I don't see any questions in the Q&A. I do see some stuff in the chat. Is there anything in any questions that you have anything that you have questions about while I have whatever time that I currently have?
We have a question from Rockhurst.
Hey, Charles, this is Dave Slaughter in Corcoran Hall. Have you? This is really
and if you are talking to me on the channel, I don't think I can hear you. So,
have you implemented a
Yeah, I'm sorry. The
chat.
It sounds like Rockhurst is having a little bit of internet trouble, so it might be better to type this, or maybe we could try one more time. But it was breaking up pretty badly. Might take one more shot at it from Rockhurst. We couldn't
I'll go
hear
ahead
it.
and send this over the Discord if you can't hear me. Discord.
Yeah, thanks. I think we've been having a little bit of, I believe, bandwidth issues in Rockhurst, and so it probably would work better over text. Hopefully that will show up here in just a second.
Okay, I don't see any questions coming in, and I don't hear anything that people are saying, so I'm going to stop my video sharing. And see here, I'm going to stop my video sharing and return control to Paul.
Okay, excellent. Thanks. I think so. I'm not sure what we've decided as a committee, but I think we are going to take a short break, but a short break, just like a 5-minute break, and then we can roll into the SmartPort options for your Apple II machines in 2022. So we'll be back soon. Okay, we will move on now to oh, I've made myself full screen and I can't tell what's happening. But we will move on to the next talk, which is Petar Puskaric, talking about smart port options for your Apple II machines in 2022.
Hello and welcome to my session. My name is Petar Puskaric, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about the current state of smart port for the Apple II at present. Some of the caveats, some of the different options you have to actually bring smart port onto your machines, as well as how to do it rather cheaply, and also a couple of the devices that you could be supporting off of them. It's been an interesting about year and a half as far as this particular topic is. The development in it has been pretty rapid, and most things are, I say, 80% working the way they should be, and I'll discuss some of those with the different devices here in a couple minutes. Anywhere from being you have to hit Control Open Apple reset on an Apple IIe to get things to boot always, to you have to update firmware on different devices to get things to work with the newer cards like a Yellowstone. And even then there's some new things that are coming out that still need to be patched to work with that card. So SmartPort as a protocol is also still being, let's say, I guess learned by the developers that are working on these projects. A lot of it comes down to the protocol and the timing of the actual SmartPort packets, and also different IDs that are on the system per device as well, and when those are requested and how they're presented onto the bus. It all seems to make a difference. One thing I can start out with and basically just say that, well, what works perfectly? Well, what works perfectly so far in my experience is if you're using a real Lyron card on an Apple II or IIe, 2 Plus, yeah, or if you use an Apple II GS with its built-in SmartPort. The devices seem to work pretty well with it, at least the ones that I have. One of the devices I do not own is the W drive, but I plan to buy one of those at some point in time. I also do not own a Booty, but I believe it does things a little bit differently since it's a slot card itself. So far, the devices that I have, and I'll be showing those off here in a little bit, include the floppy EMU from Big Mess of Wires, as well as his Yellowstone card that just came out. Also have the latest prototype for the FujiNet Zero, basically, for the Apple. And I also have what they call the SmartPort SD device, which was updated to work with the Yellowstone recently by Robert Justice. But as of about an hour ago, it looks like that functionality quit working for some reason, at least in an Apple IIe Platinum. I will have to go back and double check and see if it still works on a regular Apple IIe. So maybe there's some other timing that's going on there that's causing that to fail. But anyway, without further ado, let me show off a few of the devices and systems of what you can actually do. Let me transition this across. All right, so one of the things, basically, the, say, protocol standard will be essentially this device, which is a Lyron card. This one's my Lyron 508 and has ASCO 508. I also have one that says ASCO 007. So who knows, maybe that might be the James Bond edition. But that card is basically what you would use to normally boot up a SmartPort device if you have one. They are getting few and far between, and they are getting expensive to buy on eBay if you can locate them. Past that, other devices that were out for SmartPort includes this nice little gem, which is going to be the Apple II 3.5 disc controller card. And its claim to fame basically is it is the only HD card that I'm aware of that will handle 3.5-inch HD floppies on an Apple II. You can do it with an AE card or an AE drive on the Apple II GS, but you would still have, for regular Apple HD Super Drive, you'd have to still use the 3.5-inch control card for that. And it's also a smart port standard as well, since it has its own swim chip on it. All right, next up is going to be, all right, so we can go into how you can get SmartPort on your machine. And there are a few different ways that you can do that. And one of the nice, simpler ways is this tiny little card by KBook or MFA2 Mafia, which is, I think, the same people. But I think these are about like $19. And this one has what was called the V3 code base on it, which basically gives you the ability to redirect the SmartPort protocol from essentially any slot you would like where this card resides onto a DIS2 controller in slot 6. And we can share that in a little bit. And then to go along with that methodology, if you can't get a hold of that card, and they're hard to get a hold of right now due to just production delays and whatnot, and the fact that they have to come in from overseas. So if you cannot get one of those cards, one of the things you can do is grab one of these cards, which is going to be a Super Serial card that I have. Oh, here we go. And unfortunately, this particular card, I have to swap chips here in a second. There we go. Basically, it's a standard Super Serial card, but you replace out the EEPROM, and it's a 2K EEPROM. Unfortunately, this would be the version 1 version of the do-it-yourself SmartPort ROM, which means that in order to get SmartPort on your Apple II, this card has to go in slot 5 only, and then your DIS2 still goes in slot 6. And it pretty much works pretty well, with a small caveat if you're not booting from the SmartPort port. So that's the Super Serial card. Then the next jump up from that is going to be what's also popular, which is basically changing the ROM out on a old Grappler Plus printer card. And you can do that. You change it out with the PROM. It's a 4K EEPROM in this case. And this one is running version 4A of the SmartPort code. The 4A does not exist that I'm aware of for the actual KBook little tiny card. I believe at some point, or it may be out by now, that GG Labs, I believe, will have the a version of it that has like the 4A code with it as well, whenever that gets done. And that's been tested. All right, so the benefit of this particular version and card is that if you do not boot from slot 5 that has a SmartPort running on it, but say you boot from slot 7 in this case to a real physical ProDOS floppy, if you're not running the 4A code, it'll actually stall during loading for a while, and sometimes it'll crash when it's trying to load in the SmartPort coding. 4A fixes that, and it acts basically normally again. So you kind of really do want the 4A code base if you're booting from other slots besides your SmartPort. Okay, then basically on either of those solutions, what you're going to end up having is you're going to have a DIS2 controller of some sort inside your Apple II, and it can be the standard DIS2 with the IDC20 plugs, or it can be the slightly newer card. Let me get this back. There it is, with the DB19 on the end, so you can use that as well. But I caution you, if you're using any of these SmartPort things that are using your DIS2 card as a carryway, you do need to actually snip, there you go, pin 12, and that's that's that red wire here on this one. Because if you're using a floppy EMU on it, over time, basically it will burn out the floppy EMU, and you really don't want that. Now, it does not affect any other devices that I am aware of, because that particular pin 12 for the other emulators usually becomes a no connection point. And that pin generally is only used for actual real disk 2 as well. So when you go into SmartPort, that kind of like the 3.5-inch drive layout, that pin is just not used, and it's usually not connected. So there's no harm, no foul there. Okay, and then finally we can get over to the new guy on the block, which is going to be the Big Mess of Wires Yellowstone card. And this is what it looks like. So I can get that up close enough. There we go. So it's a nice little card, produced very well. And I bought my kit with the extra cables and the converters, so the IDC20 to DB19 converters, which come in very handy for actually setting up all different kinds of different devices that if you want to connect them to the newer card. If you want to connect to a standard IDC20 controller, you can still do that. And there's the standard. You can still use it and then use the IDC20 connections on the top. But again, that still goes in slot 6, and your ROM card normally will go in slot 5, but it can go, if you're using essentially version 3 and above, you can put it in any slot. Okay, so now let's get to, I guess, a couple devices that you could, in theory, hook up to your Apple II. So, the standard one that was out for, the very first ever, I believe, is still the Unidisc 3.5. And this will work on all the different solutions since it's SmartPort protocol. I did have a little bit of difficulty getting it to work with the Yellowstone card, to be honest, but that seems to be a quirk where you need to do Control Open Apple Reset, and then it'll actually boot it. It's kind of strange, and I'm not sure exactly why that is happening that way. And it also affects the next little device I'm going to show you. Okay, let me separate it from its core. And this was one I included last year when it was brand new. All right, so this one, get in here. Let's see if this makes sense. This is essentially what they call the SmartPort SD card. This particular design is from Rodney Ross, and it was a remix based kind of from some work that, let's say, Catherine Stark, Robert Justice, and there was the original group that built the very first set of them. I believe his name was Andrea, but I could be wrong. I can look that back up. But what what Rodney added to this device are the little LEDs down the middle here, which reflect which boot drive is currently mapped in the SmartPort of the 4 that are in use. And you can have up to 4 different partitions. You copy the PO files or HDV files over to a SD card, and that's where they boot from. It's a really handy device because it kind of just works. Except on the Yellowstone tonight, for whatever reason, on my Platinum 2E here. That will need to do some more research. And I will share that here in a second. And we're doing great on time. All right, so as far as the SmartPort devices that I've got to hook up to these, here's well, I'll get that last actually. And here's the quintessential one that basically a lot of people are using, which is the Big Mess of Wires floppy EMU, the camera actually gets that. I get it right across. Mine's a revision B. He has revision C out now as well. That has some extra little features from what I'm aware of. I'm running mine without the case because of all the cable swaps that I do with it for different testing. And one thing I have found is that the floppy EMU across the different SmartPort cards and hookup possibilities, the slower the SD card, the better for the floppy EMU, which is kind of bizarre, but that's what I've been finding. It also appears if you push the floppy EMU too hard I/O rate-wise, so like if you do a verification from ProDOS under say like Copy2 Plus 8.4, it will basically start throwing bad blocks on the verify, which other devices just do not do. So I think there's either a buffer issue there, or he does some timing things just a little bit differently that happen every now and then, and that will show up sometimes, especially if you're using Total Replay, which is the 32 meg volume with the whole slew of games on it that everyone likes to run, with their SmartPort, because, well, it's 32 megs of everything almost that you'd ever want to play with. It will actually cause crashes and screen corruptions every now and then. So something to watch out for. One very interesting thing to note is that, again, on the Apple II GS with its native SmartPort, and also on the Lyron card, those particular traits do not manifest. So you can actually validate the floppy EMU against a Lyron, it'll be just perfectly fine. If you validate it against the Yellowstone card or the other solutions, the different DIY SP cards, it'll throw blocks. And they're not actually bad, they're just being reported as bad because of apparently they're missing something in the protocol timing is my guess, whether it's buffer related or timing. So that's some of the things I've noticed going on with SmartPort. And then finally, the very last Apple SmartPort device that I have that I'm really happy to show, actually, is this is a Rev Zero Fuji Apple. And let me throw it up here. And it's a standard DB19 SmartPort port. It's got Wi-Fi, and I believe it's a ESP32. It's has an onboard SD card if you want to load from the SD card as well. And the really cool part about this is this gives multiple devices to SmartPort for the very first time, at least implemented for the first time. It's part of the protocol, but it's never really been done by Apple or anybody that I'm aware of. So we have a network device, a character device, and then also the block devices for the protocol. There will be some more demos on Friday of the device with Jeff Piepmeyer. And I'll be doing some of the demos while he's giving the presentation on this particular card. So what I want to basically show is let's hook some of this stuff up. So first off, let me take a DB19 and throw that in slot 6. So that's a standard 5 1/4 controller. All right. And then I'm going to put the Fuji on it. I'll run through that quick, and then I'll also do the SmartPort SD. So we have that connected there. And as I knock over everything, beautiful. All right. So there's a little bit better view of the Apple II for now. Well, as I block it. All right, so there's the FujiNet attached to the Disk 2 card. So then let's go put the Grappler card here in slot 5. All right, so make sure nothing grounded out. So there's that there. And with that, that's really all we need to do. So let's turn it on. And then with this, it's still, I'll do a control reset, because normally you have to do a control reset or control open Apple reset, depending on what machines you're using, in order to have it time enough and also for the ROM to load if you're not booting from a different slot. So let me move this back around. Oops. So let's do PR number 5. And then this will be loading up a config file off the smart port. So we have network devices and then these 4 FujiNet disk, basically your standard 4 smart port ports. Hit return. And so let's just go and see what happens. Oh, look, we can actually go to an online data store. This is fujinet.online, their server, and it's running a tiny TFNS or TNFS server. So it's really lightweight, and you can host all kinds of little files from it. So they have one up on DigitalOcean. So we're actually hitting the remote instance. And let's go ahead and just pull up Total Replay. So we got it. We got to load. Let's load it as read-only. And it says, go ahead and boot. So now we do that. We'll do the control reset after it's loaded and do PR number 5. And there you go. So hopefully this will start loading here. And I had an issue. Yep, there it goes. So it's loading completely off of the volumes and DigitalOcean. And then it'll go into the attract mode and whatnot. And you can say, hit W, and it should, yep, there goes, there's the wargle. Or if you hit escape, it'll go back. So it loads the full, and it will access by block the information that it needs to pull in. So that's pretty cool. So let's hit D and see if we can just load a game and roll, and then we hit return. And it'll go and access that off of that 32 meg volume in the cloud. And that's all over Wi-Fi configurable as well. So it's going against my local Wi-Fi, then out over the internet, and it, yep, pulled in the game. So there you go. All right, so let's go ahead and drop off that for a second. And then I want to show you the same thing off of local SD card, off of the SmartPort SD. Get back. There we go. So the SmartPort SD, and that's going to plug directly into the DB19 port. All right, I hang that off the back out of the way. And then we basically just boot that up. And it's going to do the same thing, because it's going to try to do an auto search and try to do, basically, it's trying to read to slot 6, and it can't, because we need to actually pull it from the smart port, which is PR number 5. And lo and behold, there it pops right up, goes back into our total replay. Things just work really, really slick. Let's go from that one, and then I think finally, with the amount of time I got left here, let me pull these cards out, and I can show you the difference on the Yellowstone card if it decides to play nice. So on the Yellowstone card, I'm going to put the same one I just had there, which is the SmartPort SD. We're going to throw the Yellowstone in slot 5 by itself, and then we're going to boot. And interestingly enough, it doesn't like auto boot in this mode with that card. And that's the thing with the floppy EMU, it will actually auto boot. So do Control Open Apple Reset, and here's where it'll actually do the boot. It's probably something with the way the Yellowstone is searching for drives or looking for that ID byte or something. I think there still needs to be a little bit more of engineering done to figure out exactly how to make all these interactions consistent. That's one of the frustrating things I've been having testing all these is trying to figure out, okay, is it broken? Is it not broken? Or I'm just not doing the right magic salute to make it work. So there's SmartPort SD off of a Yellowstone, and it works very well. Okay, so get that loaded, make sure the access is done. All right, so let me remove that. And finally, I will then hook up. Let me see, I need to find its cable end. Okay, we'll steal that back from the FujiNet. And then we'll connect that in via the DB19 to DB19 male-female. And then this is for the floppy EMU. We'll boot it, and you'll notice that this time it actually did the auto boot off the floppy EMU for the same image. So obviously there's something a little different going on, and most likely because Big Mess of Wires basically developed both products. So between the two, they seem to be working pretty well. The only issue I've had with SmartPort with these two products together is still the fact that if I do a ProDOS volume verify, if I put in a very fast SD card, it'll actually blow even more invalid blocks during that check, which they're not actually invalid. It's just there's something wrong with the data stream as it's pulling it off, whether it's timing or something else going on there. But yeah, that's pretty much a very fast walkthrough of SmartPort and what's available for it. I will continue to provide any new updates to the SmartPort DIY SP as I get them. And Wang Young is the brainchild behind the fixes as I'm finding them and reporting them back to him, is making some of these work even better. And again, the 4A code set for the DIY SP4A, that EEPROM basically allows you to boot without drive hesitation from a different slot. So if you're booting from your CFFA 3000 or a 5 1/4 floppy drive, physical, and then jumping across to see your SmartPort ports, it fixes the issue with the hang or stalling during boot that you would see with version 1, version 2, and version 3. Version 1 is the only one that fits on the Super Serial card, and version 3 is the only one released so far, the latest one released for the KBOO HK SmartPort ROM card. So then 4A for the Grappler Plus replacements. And that's the one I actually do recommend, and I can include those files as well. Again, I guess I would like to thank you for sitting through the presentation, and hopefully you'll have a little more information on SmartPort in general. And please ask many questions as you want, and I'll be around for a little bit. Thank you very much.
Okay, great, thanks. So Petar is here. I guess you are there, spotlighted live. There is a question in the Zoom Q&A. If you
Yeah.
saw it, do you want me to read it? Or
Sure, if you want, and then I'll answer.
okay, so this is John writes. Has anyone reached out to the ROMX people to see if the SP ROM could be added that way, the SmartPort ROM?
I am not aware of anyone that has, actually. It might be an interesting proposition to see if that can all be moved across.
Neat. Are you still
Yeah, I only
audible?
have one. Yeah,
Okay.
I only have one mic, so I'm not sure where that came from. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right.
And you have been sort of answering questions all throughout. I think we'll copy the chat into the channel so people can see that interaction as well.
Very good.
Are there questions in Rockhurst? Okay, perhaps not.
All right.
Okay. Any questions in the Discord channel?
Yeah, that I have not checked.
This is Rockhurst. Could you
Oh, yes, there
provide
it
a list of vendors?
I can put together one and throw it on the Discord channel after tonight after I get back from a family obligation. But yeah, I can at least list all the ones that I'm aware of and possibly where to hunt them down and get them. Yeah, I've been extremely lucky to find some of the devices I have, and that I can unfortunately, I don't have a W drive yet, which I hear when I send out requests for different tests that I do, that the W drive also passes them the same way that the SmartPort SD does. So that's encouraging. But yeah, sure, I can do that.
Thanks. Actually, I'm looking at the Discord channel, and Scott said putting a ROM 4X into my 2C was one of the best upgrades I've made on it. SmartPort support and booting. So does it? Maybe it already does it.
It possibly could. Actually, to be honest, all of my 2Cs have either the 4X or 5X in the 2C platforms that I have. But I have yet to actually put any of the devices on any of them, since I'm primarily a 2E and 2GS user at heart. I haven't gone full Javier yet on the 2C, so I'll get there eventually. But yeah, I have a feeling I'll be digging into the internals of basically all the different implementations on these devices, and yeah, maybe we'll find that the 4X will support it just fine.
Excellent. Okay, I think since I don't see questions coming up here, thank you. Maybe we'll leave it there. But there's lots of activity in the channel, and we really appreciate your sharing your discoveries.
No problem. All right, it was great, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Thanks. Okay, let's see. I will. Now I think we have reached the point where we will talk about the contests. So there are several contests that we have held over the space of the KansasFest period. For the primarily for the participation of the virtual K-Fest crowd, there was a low-res art contest and a load runner contest, and I will sort of talk through those. And then after that, there will at Rockhurst they will talk through. Actually, that will also be virtual. The judges will talk about the Hackfest contest. So that is the plan. Let me sort of just set this up a little bit. So the first contest is the low-res art contest, and I'm going to do what I can here to show the entries. Okay. There, are the entries visible? When you do this, you lose all sight of anything else, but okay. So these are the entries. They are from the upper left. We have the first one is Eric, the second is Melody, the third is Dennis, the fourth is Chris, and the fifth is Mateo. And there's a channel in the Discord that talks about these. The rule was essentially that they had to be displayable on an Apple II Plus 24 by 48 16 color low res and have the letters KF22 represented in there somewhere. And so we brought this up for audience reaction. And I would say before I even say any of that, go to the channel and take a look at the entries, because many of these come with stories. So you might recognize the Eric's, the first one, as the dragon from Tic-Tac-Toe, and Dennis's is interesting, the third one, because it's all REM statements listed behind the graphics page. And so anyway, just read the channel. It's the stories are interesting. But the votes were tallied, and the first prize for this goes to Melody, number 2, there in the upper right corner. So congratulations, Melody. And we have and the prize for that is a $50 gift certificate to any of the Apple II vendors. So just let us know, and we will get that figured out. We also have a runner-up, and the runner-up, as per the audience reaction, is Chris, number 4, with WAS. So congratulations, Chris. And thank you to everyone who entered and everyone who discussed it and everyone who voted. It was great. So that's the low-res art contest. The second contest is the load runner contest. Not initially intended that both contests could be abbreviated with LR, but nevertheless, it makes it very hard to refer to them in any brief way. But so we got 3 entries in the load runner contest. So the first one is level by Tom, and that's this one that's on the screen. The rules were basically that you had to have 2 guards, 2 gold chests, and it had to include KF in the thing. So this is the first one. I have just died in service of this, but okay. And then the second one was submitted by Seth. That's this one. You can see the KF is in there somewhere. And then the third one was submitted by Mateo, and that is this one that I'm about to put on the screen. Here. Okay. All of these posed some challenges. So the Josh Malone and I did a brief playthrough of these as well. The Discord channel has a link to that, so you can see. But okay, so we had we discussed it after our playthrough, and we settled on first place going to Tom's level, which is the first one. So congratulations, Tom. This also comes with a $50 gift certificate to one of the Apple II vendors. And the structure of the contest is such that there is a runner-up, and that goes to Seth, which was the second level that we saw. So that comes with a $25 gift certificate to one of the Apple II vendors. So congratulations, Tom. Congratulations, Seth. Thank you, everybody, for discussing it and watching and submitting your levels. So, okay, so that's it for these contests. I will now transfer control over to the Hackfest judges. Whoever is going to be on screen, maybe turn on your camera so I can see who I'm throwing to. Okay, yes. So Melissa was the lead of the team. I will put her on the screen.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, so I had the privilege of being the lead judge for Hackfest this year, and I'd like to thank my other 2 judges, Mark and Melody, for helping me with the event, and of course thank the committee for an amazing K-Fest. We received 3 great entries this year. Because of that, actually, all 3 participants will be receiving a prize, and I'll start in reverse order. So in 3rd place is Mateo for his Apple II virtual history Discord bot. The bot basically sends messages replying to certain prompts with like the Wikipedia link for like an Apple II, Apple I, and so on. And if I can screen share, I'll see if this works. Here is just a brief clip from his video. So you can see you write a prompt like Apple II, and then it replies with a link to the Apple II Wikipedia page. And there are several other prompts that you can select. And in 2nd place is Dave's A2 Stream media player. This one, unfortunately, wasn't able to be fully completed by the deadline for Hackfest, but certainly showed a lot of promise, and we're excited to see what it becomes if it ends up finished. So congratulations on 2nd place. Here, I'll just play a short clip of what is able to be completed with what's been done so far. So you select the URL, and it downloads the media, and then it's hitting an error that he couldn't get past in the time allotted. And finally, in 1st place is Mika's Apple II Vim program. We found this one was very polished and a very cool and useful idea, and was very well implemented and very well polished. Here's a small demo from the video, although there's a lot covered in the video. So this isn't everything it does. So you can see, I believe he's hitting Control J, and that creates a visual character rather than doing something. And then you can enter normal mode, as I believe you will in a second. Yeah, and the dash changes, the prompt changes to a dash to show what mode you're in. And you can return to the start of the text. And append information without it actually deleting the text beforehand, which is a frustration I've found while coding on actual hardware. So I look forward to using this. So congratulations on first place, and congratulations to all the participants. It's been an amazing Hackfest, and I look forward to it again next year.
Great, thanks. And I think Kansas, the Rockhurst camera is on. Is Rockhurst ready for something?
Yes, Mark Lemmert here from Rockhurst, one of the Hackfest judges, and wanted to thank all of the contestants for participating this year. Some great Apple squeezer for the 2GS, an accelerator card, and a collector's edition of Nox Chaos. That'll be your choice. So Micah, just let us know in the Hackfest channel which the two that you choose. And then for second place, we'll get a choice between the unclaimed first place prize or a $65 gift certificate. That would be your choice. And Dave, just let us know which you prefer after we hear from Micah. And then the third place prize is a $25 gift certificate. Congratulations again. We really enjoyed looking at your projects. Ken?
Is it the third prize, $25?
Correct.
Would it be $25 or whichever other prize hasn't been collected?
No.
Oh, yes, I see what you're saying.
Well,
No.
yeah.
No. Okay. So there will be a prize left over. Correct.
Yes.
Well, maybe it depends on what the first and second place decide to do. They could each claim one of these, and then there wouldn't be.
There could be $65 prize left over. Right, because there are 4 prizes. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I make a second entry?
Yeah. Okay.
It was improvised on the pod.
So that I don't blow out everybody here and everybody on the online call as well. And that is, sadly, I have to say it, going to be kind of a wrap for KansasFest 2022. Woo! I know this is the hard part. This is the saying goodbye part. I want to thank everybody for participating, whether you came here to Kansas City and hung out with us in person or participated remotely via the Discord and the Zoom. I hope everybody had a fantastic time. It sure sounded and looked like both online and here that everybody was having a rocking good time. And we hope to see you all again in the future next year. And again, thank you all so much for coming. You are why we do this. Thank you for putting up with all of our technical difficulties this year. This was not easy. There was a lot of stuff we fixed on the fly. Y'all are awesome. And Appleseed forever. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
A few boring logistics as you wrap up. Folks here in Rockhurst will meet in the lobby and go out to dinner. I don't know where everyone is going, but we'll figure it out as we head out. Give it about 10, 15 minutes. If you want dinner, be in the lobby. As folks move out of Rockhurst, a few things to keep in mind. Make sure your key and key card get turned in. Place them at the desk with the grate by the front door, or give them to a committee member. If you do not send them in, we will ask you to mail them back because Rockhurst charges us lots of money. Please make sure your room gets put back the way you found it. Furniture put back the way you found it. Trash taken out. There's a dumpster out the door on the far side of this basement. And make sure your linens, if you don't want to keep them, the linens you purchase are yours. If you don't want them, bring them down to the lobby and let's make a pile and we'll donate them to a local shelter. Anything else? All right. Thanks again.